our dreams for a better Kenya. Today, as we mark 15 years since that new constitution came into force, we return to roll back as a new generation of Kenyans. A generation that is living in the time our constitution was meant to shape. We are here to remember the promises made in our Supreme Law and to reflect on what it means for us and those who will come after us.
Committed to nurturing and protecting the well-being of the individual, the family, communities, and the nation. Recognizing the aspirations of all Kenyans for a government based on the essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law. Exercising our sovereign and inalienable right to determine the form of governance of our country and having participated fully in the making of this Constitution.
Let us give them a round of applause as we take our seats. Your Excellency, just for your information, all those children that were leading us in the chorus or the national anthem and the preamble were born in 2010, and therefore they are as old as the Constitution is. Your Excellency, sir, with your permission, I'll invite Colonel Father Moses Karanja, who will give us a very short sermonette and then proceed to lead us in prayers. Father Karanja, karibu.
Your Excellency, sir, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You have been climbing for hours, and your muscles ache, your breath is heavy, and your guide points ahead and says, there, that's the summit. And you dig deep, push harder. Each step carries the weight of exhaustion and hope. You stretch yourself to reach the peak, and then you realize this is not the summit. It is a forced summit. Just a hill dressed as a top. The mix of frustration, determination, and sudden realization that the journey is not yet. This is the rhythm of life. Every summit, every milestone is simply a base camp for the climb ahead. The actual summit, the real deal, is farther, higher, harder. Then think about Everest. The base camp is 5,364 meters, is higher than the summit of Mount Kenya at 5,199 meters. 15 years ago, we stood at a monumental summit, the promulgation of the Constitution. It was a moment that defined our country. We climbed together as a nation, enduring the bruises and the pains of long and difficult journey. And when we reached the summit, we celebrated with pride, joy, and immense hope. But what if, as we mark this milestone today, we acknowledge a hard truth? What if the summit was not the peak, but the base camp? What if the real climb, the true test of our Constitution, is still ahead of us? You see, constitutions like summits are not destinations. They are starting points. They give us a higher vantage point to see farther and firmer foundation to climb higher. But the climb itself, that's the real hard part. Over the past 15 years, we have achieved much. We have established rights, built institutions, and deepened democracy. And yet the challenges ahead remind us that some of this progress might have been a forced summit. The promise of justice is often met with the tension of inequity. The pursuit of unity is challenged by division. The dream of prosperity is slowed by corruption. These are forced summits. They may trick us into thinking we have arrived, but the Constitution itself reminds us to keep climbing. You see, the Constitution is not self-executing. It lives when we bring its principles to life, not just in governments, but in every home, every institution, and every corner of this nation. This anniversary marks the base camp of our Everest. It is here, at this high altitude, that we pause to catch our breath, take stock of the journey, and prepare for the harder climb ahead. We must ask ourselves three things. Have we truly fulfilled the principles of justice, inclusion, and equity that are embedded in the Constitution? Have we addressed the systemic barriers that limit opportunity for some while privileging others? Have we lived up to the promise of the preamble of our Constitution, we, the people of Kenya, the architects of our nation's destiny? Allow me to take you to another summit, Mount Sinai. When Moses ascended the mountain and received the 10 Commandments, he did not stay at the peak. He descended carrying divine law, not as a trophy, but as a guide to a new chapter of leadership, responsibility, and accountability. The climb was important, yes, but what happened after? That was the true test. And as our test today, the Constitution we hold is our collective covenant. Just as the commandments were for Moses and his people, it needs active stewardship, not just recognition. As leaders, citizens, and custodians of this nation, it demands us to step up our commitment. In African traditional religion, the mountain symbolizes God's dwelling place and his ultimate reign. It is a place of celebration, of sacrifice, restoration, and divine abundance. Your Excellency, sir, I request that we stand for a prayer. God our Father, we thank you for the vision that forged our Constitution, a covenant of hope, justice, and unity. Grant us, Lord, the courage to rise above complacency, to see afresh the climb before us. Where we have fallen short, forgive us. Where we have grown weary, renew our strength. For leaders, inspire integrity. For citizens, stir responsibility. For this nation, ignite passion to fulfill promise of prosperity. May we always climb higher together, bound by trust in each other and in you. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
We continue praying. Bismillah, salatu wassalam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi. O Allah, all praise belongs to you, Lord of the worlds, most gracious, most merciful. O Allah, on this Katiba day, we thank you for blessing us with a nation, a people, and laws that bring us together in harmony and order. O Allah, just as you reveal divine laws to guide humanity through your prophets, we ask you to bless and guide our Constitution, that it may always serve justice, equity, and the welfare of all citizens. O Allah, we pray for our leaders, our President, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, together with his deputy and the entire leaders of this nation. Grant them honesty, wisdom, and compassion. O Allah, make us citizens who uphold justice, obey rightful authority, and contribute to the well-being of our beloved nation. Protect our land, our resources, and our generations to come. Bless our country with peace, stability, and prosperity. In the names of Allah and His beautiful attributes, we hope and pray. Amen.
With your permission, Your Excellency, may we take our seats. Your Excellency, sir, at this point, allow me to now call on the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Mr. Felix Koskei, who will now proceed with the program. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi tafadhali. Welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chief Justice, all judges of the Supreme Court, the Honorable Attorney General, all Cabinet Secretaries, the Chief of Defense Forces, all county governors, the President of the Court of Appeal and judges present, chairpersons of constitutional commissions, and heads of independent offices, all principal secretaries present, the top command of our military and other state security organs, the diplomatic corps, our Masuja present, honored guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This commemoration ceremony is convened in accordance with the presidential proclamation issued on the 25th of August, 2025, which formally designated the 27th of August, 2025, and every 27th of August thereafter as Katiba Day. Although Katiba Day has been declared a working day, Your Excellency directed all government institutions across the three arms of government and the two levels of governance, including schools and other learning institutions, to organize, participate in, and promote civic duties or activities that are geared towards enhancing constitutional awareness and civic responsibility across the nation. In honor of this proclamation, we are gathered here today for the inaugural Katiba Day Summit. This summit brings together distinguished participants, including the Masuja wa Katiba, the heroes of our constitutional journey, members of the National Executive, leaders of Parliament and the judiciary, county governors, holders of independent offices, chairpersons and commissioners of constitutional commissions, members of the diplomatic corps, chairpersons and chief executive officers of state corporations, representatives of the business community, the Interfaith Council, civil society organizations, and representatives from professional bodies across the country. I confirm that indeed we have the representation of all these stakeholders present, and therefore we are duly constituted to progress this commemoration. Accordingly, it is now my distinct honor and high privilege to officially call this national ceremony to order as we mark the first Katiba Day. On this very date, in the year 2010, the people of Kenya turned a defining chapter in the history of our nation. We gather here not only to commemorate the moment, but to reflect upon it and to rededicate ourselves to the covenant that redefined our collective destiny as a nation, a covenant that binds past, present, and future generations in pursuit of inclusive development, justice, equity, and shared prosperity for all. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the golden thread that binds these generations together is the enduring state and the indomitable spirit of our people, as well as in our national symbols. Article 9 of our Constitution defines the national symbols of the Republic of Kenya as the national flag, the national anthem, the coat of arms, and the public seal. These symbols are not just images, sounds, or instruments. They are sacred emblems of our unity, our independence, and our sovereignty. They represent the authority of the state and the shared identity of the Kenyan people, both within our borders and around the world. As a solemn reminder of the responsibility carried by those entrusted with public service in all the arms of government, and to formally begin this historic celebration, we shall now witness the ceremonial presentation of the following instruments: the original copy number 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, which was assented to by the third President of the Republic, His Excellency President Mwai Kibaki, on this date 15 years ago. The national flag first hoisted at independence in the year 1963. The original musical score of the national anthem as approved by the cabinet and played at independence, the coat of arms, and finally, the public seal. The copy of the Constitution will be presented by the Honorable Attorney General, whose office is constitutionally mandated to promote and uphold the rule of law and to protect the public interest, the remaining national instruments will be presented with honor by the Kenya Defense Forces, the dedicated protectors of our sovereignty. Your Excellency, sir, distinguished guests, at this moment, I am now respectfully requesting that we all arise for the conveyance and installation of copy number 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, along with the national symbols of the Republic. Over to KDF.
Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, hivi sasa tutaweza kupokea nakala rasmi ya katiba yetu ya Kenya, ikiweza kuletwa na mwanasheria mkuu Mheshimiwa Dorcas Oduor. Katiba, Mheshimiwa Rais, ni sheria kuu ya nchi ambayo sheria zote hutoka ndani ya katiba hii. Tarehe kama ya leo Agosti mwaka wa 2010 tuliweza kuasisi katiba hii. Tumshangilie kwa makofi mazuri mwanasheria mkuu anapoweza kuweka katiba hii mahali ambapo wageni walioko ndani ya ukumbi huu na hali kadhalika wananchi wanaofuatilia mbashara kuweza kutazama nakala ya kwanza kabisa ya katiba ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Rais, katiba hii huzungumzia usawa, amani pamoja na utawala bora. Jinsi tulivyosikia watoto wetu wakiweza kuzungumzia kwa mara ya kwanza kwa utangulizi. Mheshimiwa Rais, itakayofuata ni bendera rasmi ya taifa la Kenya. Bendera hii kwa umaridadi, Mheshimiwa Rais, ikiwa imebebwa na wanajeshi wetu, jeshi la nchi kavu, jeshi la wanaanga na jeshi la wanamaji, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Rais, katiba imetwika jukumu la ulinzi wa taifa katika majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya, wakija kwa mwendo wa kinyonga. Mheshimiwa Rais, utatazama wakiweza kufungua bendera hii. Rangi ya kwanza kabisa ni rangi nyeusi ambayo inazungumzia sisi kama Wakenya. Kisha tuna rangi nyeupe ambayo huzungumzia amani na umoja wetu. Rangi nyekundu ambayo inazungumzia damu tuliyoweza kuipoteza wakati wa kupigania uhuru, na rangi ya kijani kibichi, Mheshimiwa Rais, kuzungumzia masuala ya kilimo na mali ama rasilimali ambazo tuko nazo kama taifa. Tuwashangilie kwa makofi mazuri Mheshimiwa Rais, hii ikiwa ni nguzo muhimu katika vyombo vya mamlaka. Basi wataweza kukunja bendera hii rasmi ya taifa la Kenya kabla kuweza kuondoka mahali hapa. Kila kitu, Mheshimiwa Rais, katika majeshi ya ulinzi hufanywa kwa mpango na kwa muda mfupi. Wakiweza kuondoka kwa mwendo wa kinyonga, kabla ya kuondoka Mheshimiwa Rais, wataweka bendera hii kwenye stand kisha waweze kuondoka. Wakiondoka kwa mwendo wa kinyonga, Mheshimiwa Rais. Kando na katiba, Mheshimiwa Rais, vyombo vilivyosailia vya mamlaka vitaweza kuletwa mahali hapa na majeshi ya ulinzi kuashiria kwamba Kenya inaongozwa na katiba. Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, itakayofuata hivi sasa ni Coat of Arms, ambapo tutaweza kuletewa na mwenzetu toka jeshi la wanaanga. Mheshimiwa Rais, samahani, ni relics za wimbo wa taifa, maneno ya wimbo wa taifa, ambapo Mheshimiwa Rais, tulivyoweza kukariri muda wa mfupi ulioweza kukamilika wimbo wetu wa taifa, tunaanza na kumwomba Mwenyezi Mungu aweze kuilinda nchi yetu, undugu na ushirikiano, uzalendo na hali kadhalika, Mheshimiwa Rais, kuzidi kulinda taifa letu. Tumshangilie kwa makofi mazuri anapoweka nakala hii ya wimbo wa taifa ama maneno ya wimbo wa taifa kwenye stendi. Mheshimiwa Rais, takayofuata ni ngao ya taifa ama ukipenda Coat of Arms, ambapo wenzetu kutoka majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya wataweza kuleta mahali hapa. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwenye ngao hiyo ya taifa utaweza kuona kwamba kuna simba wawili. Simba hawa inaashiria ulinzi ambao mumeweza kututwika kama wananchi wa Kenya kwa ulinzi wa taifa letu la Kenya. Mishale utakayoshuhudia kando ni umoja wetu na uhuru na kuwa tayari kulinda taifa. Kisha Mheshimiwa Rais, utaweza kuona bendera za taifa letu jinsi nilivyoweza kukariri, rangi hizo zikisimamia kila moja. Basi jogoo unayoiona ikiwa na shoka inaashiria mwanzo mpya, na kwenye chini yake utaona neno harambee linalosema sote tuvute pamoja. Mheshimiwa Rais, tukivuta pamoja tutakuwa washindi. Tushangilie kwa makofi tafadhali. Mheshimiwa Rais, kutufungia wanapoondoka wenzetu wataweza kutuletea na kuweza kuzindua rasmi muhuri wa taifa la Kenya. Muhuri huu Mheshimiwa Rais, ambao huwapa walio uongozini mamlaka ya kuweza kutekeleza wajibu wao kwa niaba ya Wakenya. Unavyotazama Mheshimiwa Rais, wakiweza kuja kwa umaridadi kabisa kuweza kuzindua muhuri huu rasmi wa taifa la Kenya. Na hii leo Mheshimiwa Rais, wananchi pia watapata fursa ya kuweza kushuhudia muhuri huu kwa umaridadi, wakiweza kuletwa na Regimental Sergeant Major ili wakaweze kutekeleza wajibu huu. Tuwape makofi mazuri Mheshimiwa Rais, wakiweza kuzindua rasmi muhuri wa taifa la Kenya. Wanaondoka kwa umaridadi, na Mheshimiwa Rais, wanapoondoka ningeomba kwa heshima tuweze kuketi ili niweze kumwalika Bwana Mike Gitonga pamoja na ndugu Boni Msambi waweze kuendelea na ratiba itakayofuata.
Thank you. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, with the instruments of state now duly installed, we can now proceed formally. Your Excellency, the contours of the Constitution of Kenya are marked in 18 chapters. Each chapter represents a pillar in the structure of our democratic state. Before these chapters, we find the preamble, the soul of the Constitution, a timeless declaration that captures the hopes, values, and collective vision of the Kenyan people. On this occasion, and always, we are called to reflect on the enduring words of the preamble. These words express the solemn covenant we make or we made with ourselves and with future generations. A covenant grounded in justice, unity, and the promise of a better Kenya. Your Excellency, sir, ladies and gentlemen, we will now showcase a brief replay of the promulgation day embedded in the echoes of this preamble. Ladies and gentlemen, the replay.
We, the people of Kenya, acknowledging the supremacy of the Almighty God of all creation, honoring those who heroically struggled to bring freedom and justice to our land, proud of our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation, respectful of the environment, which is our heritage, and determined to sustain it for the benefit of future generations, committed to nurturing and protecting the well-being of the individual, the family, communities, and the nation, recognizing the aspirations of all Kenyans for a government based on the essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law, exercising our sovereign and inalienable right to determine the form of governance for our country, and having participated fully in the making of this Constitution, adopt, enact, and give this Constitution to ourselves and to our future generations. God bless Kenya.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, among the most transformative features introduced by the Constitution of Kenya are two foundational pillars: the establishment of a devolved system of governance and the creation of constitutional commissions and independent offices as provided for under Chapter 15. As part of the framework of the organization of government, the mandate to coordinate the implementation of the recommendation of these commissions and independent offices, as well as to oversee the working relationship between the two levels of government, is vested in the office of the Deputy President. It is in the recognition of this constitutional mandate that today's summit is jointly convened by His Excellency the Deputy President and the Honorable Attorney General. It is now my distinct honor and high privilege to invite His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya to deliver his introductory remarks and formally set in motion the program of this historic first Katiba Day. Welcome, Your Excellency.
many Kenyans for years. This is a constitution that's very different. Two being by leaders of the dominant parties that time. Dominant parties, dominant political parties that time. For the 2010 constitution, first, the process was much longer, difficult. More importantly, it involved a lot of participation of the people. Their representation. Many of them elected, make up of those who are elected through democracy. That must voices of the party. 2010 ending it with the voices of the leaders who were holding office at that time. Mr. President, we are also lucky. Our constitution sets a very clear hierarchy of the priorities of the nation. And that is the preamble we've just listened to, and that has just been replayed here. That preamble summarizes the national priorities. Those priorities are structured in terms of who calls the shots in our country. If you look at that preamble, the people assert themselves as the supreme human, the highest supreme human organ of constitution making. Unlike the 1963 Constitution, which had concepts like the supremacy of parliament and other concepts which have been overtaken by events today. Interestingly, Your Excellency, I have noted as a student of constitutional law that the same preamble, the people asserting themselves as the highest constitution-making organ, the people, they do recognize two things: that this nation exists subject to a higher authority, the Almighty God of all creation. That part is normally left a lot in constitution making, especially in analyzing the structure of our constitution. But the preamble also has told us downstream, the people who are the highest human constitution making organ have delegated most of what they would be doing themselves to organs of states and to the levels of government that are represented here. Both the organs of state, the three arms of government, and the two levels of government. Your Excellency, that preamble also helps us to understand our national values. We respect the individual, the family, the community, and the nation. That hierarchy, again, of the units that constitute our nation are spelled out there. The other feature, Your Excellency, again summarized in the preamble and elaborated in the many chapters, the 18 chapters that follow, is the feature that talks about intergenerational responsibilities and equity between generations. And the Constitution asserts that no generation is superior than the other. There are obligations of the present generation to future generations in perpetuity. Another distinguishing factor or ingredient of that Constitution is the national values, the rule of law, democracy, social justice. and even environmental justice. Again, it is spelled out in the preamble. The other feature is the checks and balances system. If you look at the chapters on the three arms of government, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, and how they relate with each other, the national government and the county governments, the independent commissions and offices, again, that relationship has been defined there. Two other distinguishing characteristics before I end my remarks, Your Excellency. And the one is that the Constitution creates a very, very paradigmatic shift on the rights and freedoms of the individual in a very dramatic way. And even as we pause to look at the challenges we are facing as a country today to implement this wonderful constitution, one of the areas that has brought a lot of heavy lifting as a nation is that issue around the freedoms of the individual and how individual citizens relate with one another. Finally, Your Excellency, this constitution, again in the preamble, summarizes our sovereignty as a nation in two aspects. One is it has said that we must protect the nation and its people so that we can be free from fear and free from want. Those are two important aspects of this constitution. The freedom from fear is what protects individuals and citizens so that they are not harmed by one another. They are not harmed by organs of state. They don't harm each other. And then you have the military for the defense and also the institutions of internal security for the internal moderation of law and order to prevent us from hurting each other so that we can be free from fear. But finally, this constitution is also about our sovereignty so that we can be a country free from want. Again, this is a very, very drastic introduction, not only for Kenya's constitutional framework, but for constitutional theory and practice around the world. Many countries have avoided, and they speak about democracy and the rule of law and civil liberties without saying, as much as these are important, there are other freedoms that a human being must be free from to actualize their full potential on earth. They must be free from hunger. They must be free from sickness. They must live in dignity. And that is the chapter on the Bill of Rights, on the socio-economic rights, which your administration, Your Excellency, has taken head on to deal with the difficult issues of public health and ensuring every citizen has the highest standard of health, making sure that we, as many Kenyans as possible, live in dignified dwellings which have sanitation, which can pass for dwellings that are of dignity, and so on and so on. The food security programs, the agriculture programs are speaking to our socio-economic rights enshrined in Article 43 that calls on the state to make sure you create access to the services that lead to asserting the sovereignty of the people of Kenya so that they can be free, not only from fear, but they can be free from want. Your Excellency, as I call the panelists who are much more qualified than I am on this subject, I want to say many of the people who fought, labored and sweated so that we can have this beautiful Grunum law, this Grunum, this constitution, are not with us today. They have rested from the sweat and the labors of this world, and they are no longer with us. But their spirit walks with us. A few are still with us. And looking around at this hall, I see many, many of those who are part of this very difficult but important project for recreating a new Kenya. I have seen former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and many others. And I think I am in good space, and I look forward this afternoon to refreshing my memory, my mind, and my value system as a Kenyan on what I need to do to make sure that I live to the spirit, and I live up to the spirit and expectations of the Constitution in the office that I occupy. With those many remarks, Your Excellency, I've been requested to call the panelists. I don't know where they'll speak from. You give me that program, Michael. Just a minute. Where will they sit? They will come here. So, Your Excellency, sorry if I've spoken for long. You know, in your presence, my speech should be short. But I speak for long when I'm doing my own events. I'm sorry about that. I will call the following panelists who represent various shades of representation. The first one is our sister, my colleague in the profession, the Honorable Lady Justice Jokin Dung, Judge of the Supreme Court, to represent the judiciary. Welcome, Justice Njoki, a very, very prominent player in the process, the 20 years of the constitution-making process. Welcome, Judge. I'll also call another colleague of mine and my senior in the profession and also in the academy, Professor Makau Mutua, Senior Presidential Advisor on Constitutional Affairs and Human Rights. Again, he needs no introduction. I will also call my brother again and my colleague, the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel, Member of Parliament for Rarieda, representing Parliament. I will also call FCPA Nancy Gadungu, Auditor General, who will represent constitutional commissions and independent offices. I will call to the dais Governor Fatuma Achani, Governor of Kwale County, representing the Council of Governors. And the discussant is going to be again my colleague and my brother, the Honorable Abdikadir Mohammed, Senior Counsel. Please make your way to the stage. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think we'll go straight into it. Your Excellency, the President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our hope is that we're going to have a fairly open, transparent discussion on the achievements and the challenges 15 years down the line. For a long time, we have referred to the Katiba as the new constitution. I think the population mean in the country is about 19 years. The Katiba is 15 years old. I think it's fair to say that a majority of Kenyans have lived with this constitution. So they are born after the promulgation of the Katiba. And the Katiba over the last few days has had quite a bit of discussion, Your Excellency, because of your gesture to honor this day going forward. And I wish to thank you sincerely, Your Excellency, for that gesture, because constitutions are ideas, and ideas require ceremony, ideas require norms to take hold. And for our constitutionalism to take hold, we need this celebration. So I want to thank you most sincerely. You get criticized a lot for a lot of things. We must celebrate when you do great things, and this is indeed a great and wonderful thing. The gentlemen and ladies up here are experts, as His Excellency the Deputy President said, on the matters they're going to talk about. They represent the organizations we have talked about. As we discuss, I'm going to be throwing 1 or 2 questions at them. If you have seen the discussion over the last 1 week, many Kenyans have strong views about our Katiba. Quite a number of them will tell you what they think are the hits as far as the Constitution is concerned, and what they think are the challenges, including on the organizations and institutions. If you ask the average Kenyan, they will have a positive view about devolution, for example. And devolution is represented by Her Excellency, the Governor here. And they'll have a positive view, generally speaking, about the judiciary. They might not have a similar view about our parliament. And we said we're going to be transparent, so we're going to be asking the Honorable Senior Counsel about the challenges that Parliament might have faced in implementing the Constitution. So I'm going to start at the very fine. The Supreme Court judge was a member of the Committee of Experts, Your Excellency, and the Deputy President said there were many who took part in the process of constitution making. I'm happy to note that you, Your Excellency, were a member of the Parliamentary Select Committee, and so was your Prime Cabinet Secretary. And of course, our former Prime Minister was a key player in the process. But on this side, we have the Senior Counsel on that end, who was a member of the Committee of Experts, and Her Ladyship, the Supreme Court Judge, who was also a member of the Committee of Experts. Those are the 2 organs that really process the Katiba in terms of the review process. So I'm going to ask Justice Njoki, who was a former parliamentarian, who is a lawyer of much repute, and who, during her time, championed quite a bit of the Bill of Rights. What she thinks really the Constitution has delivered for the judiciary, to the point where Kenyans think the judiciary ought to be celebrated. Justice Njoki.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that the thinking during the drafting of the Constitution, that the judiciary was a subject matter, that there was trust deficit around the judiciary because most of the judges, or all the judges, were direct presidential appointees. The judiciary had, and therefore Kenya were distrusting. I think moving from the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, we've seen many changes. We now see far much more decisional independence of judges, where judges fear not that night phone call from State House, as was in the dark days, where now we have seen more operational independence, as gradually the judiciary is getting a little bit more funding, that is increasing staff. We are now increasing judges. The judiciary is now operational in 47 counties, and therefore access to justice, which was partially a vision of the Constitution, is now, we are on the journey there. There's also the issue of Kenyans who now come to the judiciary. And people say that Kenyans are very litigious. They come to court on every matter. I think that it should be celebrated. There was a time before the Constitution of 2010 when not all Kenyans could come to court. There was the issue, what we call formally in the legal language, of locus standi. But now, any Kenyan can come on any issue, and they are doing so. And therefore, I do believe that the Constitution is working, and the judiciary too.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her, but I'll still be with her. And we said we're going to be transparent. So indeed, there are also those who see some challenges when it comes to the judiciary in terms of overreach of the judiciary. For example, the gentleman next to me, representing the executive, probably will say they are having it difficult to run the executive because of overreach by the judiciary. There are those who would say that the judiciary has independence, it cannot be touched by any outside party, yet the judiciary shields its officers from accountability. What would be the remarks from the Lady Justice? And I understand you are a sitting judge and your remarks will be circumscribed.
I think that the Constitution is very clear in Article 10, where all the national values bind all state officers, those who work in the executive, those who are in parliament and in the judiciary, that we must follow the rule of law, that there must be transparency, accountability, we must allow participation of the people. Therefore, it is the duty of the judiciary to be the guardian of the Constitution and to defend where any arm of government does not follow the Constitution. That cannot be judicial overreach. That can only be fidelity to the Constitution. There are many challenges, of course. We've seen that as we listen to some of the cases. There are a number of turf wars. You know, some of the cases that come before us, some are between Senate and National Assembly, others are between the national government and the county government. But those are disputes that we do resolve. However, there is a concern that sometimes political questions are brought to the courts, and courts cannot answer political questions. Courts may only answer judicial questions and points of law, and perhaps, therefore, the political class ought to be encouraged to resolve political disputes outside of the corridors of the courts.
Thank you very much. Let me go on the other side. Senior Counsel, Parliament is the first institution of the Constitution. Much is given by the Constitution to Parliament. It has the power of the purse, it has the power to vet the President's senior appointments, it has the power to make laws, it has the power to summon any and all government organs. Yet, I think I speak for many if I say many Kenyans are not happy with our National Assembly and our Senate, starting from the President and the former Prime Minister all the way to the villages. What is it about Parliament that has not endeared itself to the people as far as the powers given to Parliament by the new Constitution and the powers given by the people to Parliament?
Thank you, Session Chair. First, allow me to thank the President for the proclamation. Your Excellency, you'll be surprised when you are watching the ceremony for promulgation. I'm sure you did not see the committee of experts anywhere. We were 9 of us, 3 international experts, 6 local experts. Our chair has since passed on, the Honorable Nzamba Kitonga AC, and I'm praying that he might be recognized posthumously. But as soon as we released the final text of the Constitution to the government printer, nobody remembered us. We didn't even have a seat. So it is today that now I have a seat. So I thank you 15 years later. Njokindungu will tell you, Professor Sempebwa brought his wife all the way from Uganda and could not sit. Secondly, fortunately for us, both yourself and the Prime Minister were in Parliament, and you are there much longer than me. So if there are things to be known, I'm sure you know them. But more fortunately, I'm here with my Speaker, Session Chair. I hold no leadership position in Parliament. So if anybody is to be crucified, please look for the Honorable Wetangula. Me, I'll give my perspective. I will give my perspective from having participated in the Committee of Experts to my experience now in 8 years. First, I am the first to concede, and I've said this and I've conceded it in public, that I don't think we are doing well in Parliament, especially the 13th Parliament. I am not here to apologize. But just like all other branches, there are successes, but there's work to be done. At least in our favor, 15 years down the line, we still have a bicameral parliament. 15 years down the line, we've held elections regularly. We are still able to vet. We are even able to impeach, as we recently did. So at least it is there. But there are two problems that I see. One is historical, and one is institutional. The historical one, Chair, you will remember, is the problem between the National Assembly and the Senate. In the Committee of Experts, we had designated the Senate as the upper house. You who were in Parliament then decided that we did not need a Senate and removed it. When it came to us, given the historical experience that we had in this country, we decided we needed a Senate at least to protect devolution. So unfortunately, all the powers we had given to the Senate were removed, and we left the Senate with a threadbare role of protecting devolution and taking care of the interest of the devolved units. Very little. And ultimately, therefore, with the subsequent interpretation by the Supreme Court and all, there remains sibling rivalry between the Senate and the National Assembly, and sometimes it becomes a problem for Parliament as Parliament. That is historical. The institutional one is one of our creation, and it was created before I joined Parliament. We changed, the Committee of Experts had proposed a parliamentary system. Members of Parliament, in their wisdom in Naivasha, changed it to a presidential system. And so we had to make things to adopt to that presidential system. Whatever we made to adopt to the presidential system does not seem to have been reflected in the structure of politics. So that what we have now is you have members of Parliament from the party that is in the executive, and because they are the majority in Parliament, they call themselves government. You have members of Parliament from the minority who call themselves opposition. Members of Parliament are yet to learn that there is no government or opposition inside of Parliament. There is only the majority and the minority, and collectively, we are supposed to oversight the executive. That we have not learned, and it's something we struggle with, and that's part of the problem. I think moving forward, there are things to be done. One, is Parliament must seriously work on the trust deficit that we currently have. But secondly, and Njoki talked about judicial overreach, we had a colloquium with the judiciary recently, and I made the proposition that while the judiciary is free to handle Parliament in any way, especially when it's doing a quasi-judicial duty, please let Parliament handle legislation, because there are inbuilt mechanisms. You can find us wrong later. But lastly, from the executive perspective, it must also reduce its chokehold on Parliament. Kidogo tu, then we'll be able to move forward. Thank you very much.
But may I remind the senior counsel that power is never given. The Constitution has clothed Parliament with the powers to oversight the executive. It's just that Parliament has decided to go to sleep. So probably is to ask Parliament to wake up and don't give the President everything he asks for. So let me ask Professor, who represents the President's office. The executive is the largest organ of government. The executive is the implementer and usually is the culprit when it comes to rights. What is it about our Katiba that has limited the powers of our executive to make sure that the executive is accountable to the people?
Thank you very much, Abdul Kadir. I just want to say, first of all, you'll sympathize with me because you have asked me to answer a question and to speak about the executive in the presence of my boss.
I have told you that in the military, when you want to speak freely, you ask your commander to speak freely. So we'll ask the President to give you permission to speak freely.
Luckily, the 2010 Constitution protects me from any adverse conduct from anyone in the Republic. I just want to say that of the three arms of government, the one that has the awesome responsibility for the security, the protection, and the prosperity of the Republic of Kenya is the executive. This is a job like no other. Now, in constitutional theory, as you know, and political practice, the three arms of government are supposed to be co-equal. But I think it is common knowledge to philosophers and scholars that the executive is the first among equals. And you recall, of course, that democracy itself, as a phenomenon for the governance of society, is a very difficult practice to execute. It was none other than Winston Churchill, who opined that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. Meaning that of all the systems of government, democracy is not perfect, but it is better than all the others. But Churchill also said something else. He said that the best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter. What I'm trying to say is that the performance of democracy is very difficult. If something goes wrong in the country, citizens will not blame the legislature. They will not blame the judiciary. They will look to the president. The president and the executive have a thankless job. If there's a terror attack, he is blamed. If there's a flood, he is blamed. So I just want to say that for this system of government to work in our constitution, we need to understand that the doctrine of separation of powers and of checks and balances works only when there's comity and there is interdependence among the three arms of government. I like to say that this doctrine is like the function of the knee. The knee has the thigh bone, it has the leg bone, but it has the cartilage. The cartilage is that matter that makes it possible for the knee to function. If you remove the cartilage, you're going to have both bones rubbing against each other. So what I'm trying to say is that the judiciary is the cartilage of a democratic polity. It must do its job in our constitution. The legislature obviously must make laws. The executive must implement those laws. And so what our constitution gives us is a system in which the three arms of government, they are independent, I want to say that, but fundamentally, when they practice governance, they do so in a way that is interdependent. And I think there should be no mistake about the concept of interdependence. That concept does not mean that the judiciary, for example, when it is looking at policy, it is looking at the decisions of the government, of the executive. It does not mean that if it exercises its mind on, for example, the principle of the political doctrine, okay, giving the benefit of the doubt to the executive because of its awesome responsibility. It does not mean that the judiciary is ceding its independence. It means that it's understanding how the system works. The system works in a give and take way, and the system works only when there's comity among the three branches of government. I just want to say also, because of recent conversations that have taken place, that the legislature itself, it represents the people. So in a sense, the legislature must be almost as clean as Caesar's wife, okay? And I have seen, and I want to say this in front of everyone here, I have seen a reaction by the legislature when it was called out on the question of corruption. I have to say that their reaction really could have been better. Instead of looking inward, which is what our Constitution demands, they became defensive and looked outward. The judiciary, similarly. obviously the executive as well. But I think fundamentally, there has to be this working committee between the three arms of government.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for a good professor. And I hope the president will not take any actions against him if he has spoken too freely. Let me go to the auditor. Our old constitution had the controller and auditor. Yours is now the auditor. Many Kenyans are happy with the reports you produce, and many Kenyans have a positive view generally about the auditor's office. What is it about the Constitution that has helped your office come into being and exercise those powers to the point where many are happy with what you do?
Thank you very much, Moderator, Your Excellency. Again, I join my colleagues here in recognizing the importance of this day. It heralds a new era that moving forward, hopefully, we shall put the Constitution at the front of all decisions and actions that we take as government. To answer the question concerning the Auditor General, we'd have first to demystify and remove the misconception concerning constitutional commissions and independent offices. Most of the time we hear people referring to the CCIOs, as we call them, as competitors to the governance structures already established, or as a fourth arm of government. That is far from the truth. Constitutional commissions and independent offices are not a fourth arm of government. They are intermediaries between the people and the three arms of government as established. And why do I say this? Allow me to go to Article 249, and this will also answer the question on the role of the Auditor General. If you look at Article 249, and the experts are here, two of them, it is demanded of us as CCIOs that we protect the sovereignty of the people. So the work that we do, the established constitutional commissions and independent offices are demanded by the Constitution to protect the sovereignty of the people. And why is that article there? It means the Constitution contemplates that the sovereignty or the sovereign power of the people as guaranteed by the Constitution may not always be safe or may not always be observed when the people delegate such power to the three arms of government who are ideally supposed to be independent of each other, whether at the national or at the sub-national level. And as CCIOs, we are tasked to protect that sovereignty through our various mandates, including the audit of how public finance is being applied in the actions, in the activities, in the policies, in delivery of services, and also in sustainable development, and report on this. But of course, the Constitution also contemplates that there will be action taken on this. We are also required to secure the observance by all state organs, and all state organs includes the constitutional commissions and independent offices on the democratic values and principles. And that means we recognize that as a democracy, the ultimate power rests with the people, and hence the constitutional requirement under the various articles for the participation of the people in the decisions and actions that affect their lives and their livelihoods. And the decisions and actions that affect the people's lives and livelihoods utilize public resources, whether in form of funds or whether in form of our other wealth within the country. So the Constitution did not envisage the breach of this requirement or tokenism or superficial gestures or symbolic action on public participation. And the judiciary has pronounced itself on this. And we can challenge Parliament, and the Speaker is here, that we need a law and we need regulations on public participation so that moving forward we all have a point of reference. So with regard to the work that I do as the Office of the Auditor General, we follow the money that Parliament appropriates, because the money is appropriated by Parliament, the money is oversighted by Parliament, and Parliament reports back to the citizens on how the funds that they have appropriated has been utilized for the benefits of those they represent. So the Office of the Auditor General is established as an arm of Parliament or as an independent oversighter that links directly to the people on how their resources have been utilized. So it is not an easy job because when you follow the money, and sometimes decisions are made that require or that are informed by leadership, that people require certain services or we require certain development projects or programs, and the people have not been consulted, then I have to come up and say, hey, wait, Article 249 requires that I report on the sovereignty and the public participation of the people. We have seen some improvements in terms of implementation of audit recommendations with the discussions with the head of public service on how issues should be addressed within the various state departments and within the various state-owned enterprises, and of course drill down to the sub-national level. We have seen more interest in what issues are being raised, what risks are there, what internal controls need to be established, so that at the end of the day, there is meaningful development and there is quality and sustainable service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give her. Unlike the auditor, many other commissions, and I'll not name any so that you have a freedom to speak, are not, don't have the same views as far as the Kenyans are concerned. There are many, each of those Chapter 15 organizations was set up specifically because of a particular challenge that the Constitution realized needed addressed at the constitutional level. Quite a number of those challenges still exist up to this day. Any of the areas would you say then, and there was a lot of hope that the constitutional commissions would really be a major answer to our constitutional problems, to our governance problems. Would you say that many of these commissions, okay, probably you will not say, but let me say that many of those commissions probably have not met that threshold. What is the challenge that faces many of the commissions so that the executive feels they are stepping on the executive's toes, the people have not seen the benefits of those commissions? Are they too many? Did we not design them well? Why do you think the commissions have not performed as well as hoped?
Thank you. We have to go back to what I said earlier, the perception that constitutional commissions and independent offices are competitors with established governance structures, especially within the executive. We have a lot of overlapping mandates where you find the executive state departments do not want to let go of functions that purely belong to a constitutional commission and independent office. And therein lies the problem, that the funding that should go to a constitutional commission to carry out its mandate continuously and effectively is first of all not there. And then there are perennial disagreements between particular state departments or other agencies on the role and mandate of constitutional commissions and independent offices. However, there have been a lot of successes. And we've seen, and unfortunately, sometimes other agencies take credit. If you look at some of the work that's done, for example, by the National Land Commission, you'll find that when it comes to discussions in public, it is the Ministry of Lands that will be at the forefront. My good friend Alice is looking at me. If you look at, for example, when we are dealing with the teachers in the country, you will not hear the Teacher Service Commission being mentioned. You'll hear the Ministry of Education. But the boardroom discussions and the decisions made to ensure we streamline education is under the Teacher Service Commission, including many others. You look at the Controller of Budget, and I think you asked why now Controller of Budget and Auditor General. It was part of ensuring there was independence. We had a Controller of Budget department within the Office of the Auditor General because I am from those days, and it used to do purely the work that the Controller currently does, but not as in-depth as now required of her by the Constitution. And then we'd go back later and audit, and there would be question, why are we auditing and raising an audit query, and we approved the funds in the first place? This separation means that the controller is able to sort things upstream before the auditor comes downstream to ensure now that the funds that she released or she authorized are utilized properly. So there are many examples of successes by constitutional commissions. Maybe what we now need to do is ensure the voice of the constitutional commissions in terms of the achievements is actually at the forefront and not drowned by other agencies.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Governor, there is no doubt that majority of Kenyans view devolution as the most successful new addition that the Katiba 2010 delivered. Many have, in fact, many call it the heart of the Constitution. What do you believe devolution has delivered for the people to get that kind of kudos from our people?
Okay, thank you so much, Moderator. I must say I congratulate the drafters of this constitution, and that is why I'm sitting here. It's because of it's the fruits of the constitution. You can't imagine a girl from a marginalized community sitting as a governor and sitting before a committee of experts. That's a milestone, and that's why I'm saying the Constitution has immense gains compared to the challenges. Devolution is one of the gains of the Constitution, and it has brought governance, and it has promoted equity, inclusion, and also local development. If you look at the county governments, you can see in some areas, after 50 years of independence, they are now taking tap water for the first time since independence. We can see in health, the first years in Mandera was done during devolution. That's progress. Looking at Coast Region, the whole of Coast Region, we only had one facility serving as an ICU center. That is Coast General Hospital. But because of devolution, I have an ICU center in Kwale. We have renal unit. I have an oncology center. So devolution has brought a lot of change. It has given people opportunity to participate, to propose what they want. We've given our people the opportunity to decide on what they want the government to do. And that's why we've seen a lot of changes in counties in terms of health, ECDs, like in my county, from 0 ECD to 540 ECD centers, from 0 ECD teachers to around 900 ECD teachers on permanent and pension basis. And this is happening all over the country. In terms of economy, the local economy has grown. Looking at my county, we have over 200 women and youth group companies who are doing business with the county government. It never used to happen. It's happening now. So devolution is a real thing which the Constitution brought to the people of Kenya.
Asante sana. Now, with good things comes challenges. There are those who view governors and officials of the counties, or let me put it this way, how would you suggest we address the rampant question of misuse of funds at the county level?
Okay, thank you. I must say, I don't know what's happened. It's like everybody's looking at the county government, and the money is all over the country. But you look at everybody condemning and criticizing county government when it comes to corruption. I want to call upon Kenyans to go and see what is happening in counties. True, the Auditor General does audits of all our books. So when you talk of corruption, unless the Auditor General does not do her work. But because they do audits, where does the corruption come in? So as counties, it's unfortunate that each and every time they talk of governance, they talk about corruption. There's so much, there are a lot of challenges which we are facing as county government, but all in all, counties are doing a lot of work.
Thank you very much. And I agree with you, it's because of the transparency. Everybody knows every shilling that comes to the counties. Just like CDF. CDF, for those who have been in employment, will tell you is one of the most useful use of the shilling. The Kenyan shilling, one of the most useful uses is CDF. But because of its challenges in terms of the constitution, and because it's so transparent, it attracts a lot of negatives. But so are counties, and I agree. I think that's a good thing. I think it's good to accept that the challenges are there and see how we can address. Let me say that our Katiba came with a lot. Constitutions are generally about limiting power. They're about limiting the power of the government. And our Katiba really put our people at the center of our governance and came up with a number of devices to bring accountability. Quite a number of them have not met their hopes because of, the Honorable Speaker will forgive me, he was, the Honorable Tangula, he was also a member of our committee, because of mostly the Parliament's, for example, vetting of senior government officers. Many would have hoped that there is far much more stringent vetting. For example, the recall of MPs, essentially in my opinion, between the legislature and the judiciary, it's not possible right now easily to recall MPs. And quite a number of the devices the Constitution has proposed have not really seen the light of day as designed. And I think Parliament has those challenges. I believe the counties have the challenges we mentioned. I believe the judiciary has had a lot of criticism in terms of its overstep, in terms of overstepping in political questions like impeachment, in terms of hampering the executive's freedom to work, even when in the reasonable circumstances you could balance the right of one person versus the right of the majority of the people while still giving that party their rights. I think overall our Constitution has delivered beyond measure. Anybody who lives in this region knows the freedoms Kenyans enjoy are absolutely phenomenal. Let me ask you, Professor, as a final question. The largest chapter in our Constitution is the Bill of Rights. You have just been appointed to a new entity that will right many wrongs that have happened recently.
Yes.
How do you see the challenge that this day and age we have major human rights challenges as a country under our new Katiba?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I just want to say that, you know, the performance of democracy and the project of the rule of law are experiments. It is not a destination that when you get there, you're going to say, voila, I've arrived. It's a journey. And if you look at the oldest democracies in the world, and I don't want to mention names, but maybe I can say this because I live there. If you look at the United States, for example, their democracy is several hundred years old. And we are seeing certain spasms, epileptic spasms in the United States, which tells you that they have had many, many decades of practicing this thing called the project of democracy. And yet, they are still yet to master the mores, the traditions, and the norms of democracy. This democracy here in Kenya is a very young democracy. And I would say that prior to the 2010 Constitution, we had an authoritarian state. Our democracy is only 15 years old. If you really look at the theory of democracy, the way you're supposed to look at it, 15 years of age. So it's a very, very short period. We've made many, many mistakes. I like to say that in writing the 2010 Constitution, we also overcorrected on some things. You asked a question about, for example, the constitutional commissions. There are too many, okay? But let me just say this. Human rights violations are an anathema to the Constitution. But we know that the performance of the rights of assembly, the rights of speech, and so on, is a difficult journey. I was having a conversation with the Attorney General the other day, and we were talking about how in this country we need a protest law. A protest law that defines what happens when citizens rightfully exercise their right to assembly, so that some of the things that have happened do not happen. I want to say to the President that, Mr. President, you've been very bold. What you've done in appointing my panel of experts is unprecedented, it's historic, and it's really not happened on this continent. If you go back and you look at the South African Truth Commission, okay, with all due respect to my friend, the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, not much happened there. People would go before the commission, they would tell their stories, there would be a few tears, and they would be given a Kleenex napkin to go and wipe their tears, and they'll be sent away. What we are doing here with the action by the President, we are doing the first limb of giving justice to the victims.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Could we clap for everybody?
Let me just finish, because I think it's important for me to say this, because there have been some questions. That is the first limb of justice. Compensation is an aspect of justice. We are not saying that we will not go further and make recommendations. For example, how do you reform our security and police and law enforcement to make sure that they understand what their role is? We will get there as a country, but this is an important action. It answers the questions in the Bill of Rights, and it answers those questions in a very good way, and we look forward to a very fruitful process in this panel that the President has appointed. Thank you so much.
Prof, we have a lot of hope in that process, and we have a lot of confidence in you and your team. I know you have gotten a bit of criticism on those issues, but hang in there, and we thank the President for setting up that team in actual fact. It really will go, in my opinion, a long way in healing the country as we move forward. Many don't know that the President and the Honorable Karua were the most active members of the parliamentary committee. If you look at the Hansard, the number of people who proposed or seconded, there is no doubt who will come top and second in that list. The President took a lot of energy when we were doing the Katiba, and we thank him for this function. Let me say that...
Can I say something? I don't think that the President is getting enough credit for setting up this panel. And I want to hear a round of applause for the President.
Thank you very much. Let me bring it to a close, because the President has speak and many other items on the agenda. Let me thank the President for setting up this day. Let me thank the organizers for putting it together. Let me thank my panelists for a wonderful presentation. Could you give them a round of applause, please? Asanteni sana, thank you very much.
Another hearty round of applause for the panelists. Thank you very much for that. And we'll just have a slight transition, Your Excellency, as I will now invite, after the song that we're going to sing, Honorable Dorcas Odor, who's going to facilitate the next session. But for now, I'd like us to maybe even just stand up and stretch a little bit as we sing a song that is going to be led by the State House Choir. It's a song that is familiar to many of us and will bring nostalgia in terms of remembering where Kenya has come from. The name of the song is Heko Jamhuri.
Moja
ukweli wetu sasa tunao, uhuru kweli wa Kenya, wajitawala wananchi wafurahia.
Kenya iko huru, Kenya iko huru, Kenya iko huru, madaraka ni yetu sasa. Kenya iko huru.
Serikali yetu imbioni,
tunaendelea mbele.
serikali yetu imbioni,
tunaendelea mbele.
Tunafuata mwendo wetu Kenya, warambe.
Moto moto Kenya, moto moto Kenya, moto moto Kenya, serikali yaenda mbele. Moto moto Kenya, moto moto Kenya, moto moto Kenya, serikali yaenda mbele.
Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Led by Mwalimu Wesonga, who is synonymous with patriotic songs. Let's take our seats kindly. Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me to now call on Honorable Dorcas Oduor, the Attorney General, who is a facilitator for the next session. Welcome. Tupigie makofi akija tafadhali. Karibu.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. The Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, EGH, Prime Cabinet Secretary. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga, former Prime Minister. Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, EGH, Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya. The Right Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Right Honorable Amason Jaffa Kingi, EGH, Speaker of the Senate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Although I am the facilitator, but I was also called upon to make some remarks as the Attorney General. I rely on all the courtesies as have been observed, and I will go ahead and make some few remarks. The Constitution of Kenya puts Kenya on a firm path of constitutionalism and the establishment of a constitutional democracy. To realize this new imperative requires a fundamental mind shift, both in the operations of the state institutions as well as in our social interactions as citizens. The full promise of the Constitution will only be realized if each of the three organs of state, as well as all the independent commissions and offices, embrace the constitutional spirit of public service, public accountability, respect for human rights, and independence. They must remain robustly independent, but constructively interdependent. It is essential that they execute their mandates effectively, but at the same time, eschew tendencies of isolationism. The Constitution rests and is supported by four broad pillars: robust framework for a people-centric public engagement, as has been articulated by the panel before, independent and functional judiciary, executive and legislature, political goodwill. The Constitution presupposes that its transformative superstructure will be implemented in the context of a marching culture of compliance. So when we speak about political goodwill, it is the will of everybody who is holding leadership position. Every time we speak about political goodwill, we look at the president at the top. But all of us who are leaders are called upon to support the implementation of the Constitution. The fourth one is public vigilance. When people go to court and fault the government, it raises eyebrows. However, we think that is a very good thing because that is the only time that the Attorney General and the petitioner are together. The principles are the same. Then why do we sometimes object to those applications or petitions? It is because we believe in the same principle, but the facts that support the principle could be different. So all of us support independence and accountability. The institutions represented that will speak this afternoon must carry the burden of delivering services to the people of this great republic, even as they bathe in the high-minded ideas of independence, separation of powers, checks and balances that are so well elucidated in our progressive constitution. These are not concepts introduced to invite division or supremacy battles between manning organs and institutions of the state. Rather, they are grand ideas necessary for the proper functioning of a modern democratic state such as ours. The success of Kenya will ultimately be measured by the success and health of our constitution and our demonstrable respect for the totality of what it stands for, what it promises, and what it delivers. In my view, it is the realization of the Bill of Rights in its full gamut, social, economic, political, and cultural elements that provides the ultimate touchstone. As the chief legal advisor to government, the Constitution provides the bedrock against which we discharge our mandate. It is our North Star. When we provide advice to all organs of government, our focus is on promoting fidelity to the Constitution and practice of constitutionalism. The arms of government need to recognize that they are cogs in the same wheel. The successful implementation of the Constitution requires a cooperative and collaborative approach to governance, one that seeks to respect the architecture of the Constitution and the sovereignty of the people. The Attorney General's office will continue to be the defender of the rule of law, a faithful dispenser of legal advice and protection of the public interest in all its work, whether it is court representation, review of legal documents, legal aid, legislative proposal development, or legal advice. As we mark the 15th anniversary of the 2010 Constitution, we celebrate the sacrifices made by Kenyans to get the documents. We recognize the responsibilities bestowed upon the Attorney General in ensuring deepening of constitutional democracy, and we commit to always be guided by the Constitution in supporting the people of Kenya, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature in our continued quest to implement the social contract faithfully. For all those in the panel today that will speak after me, let us reflect on how best we can enhance collaborative engagements and increased adherence to the constitutional principles and requirements in a manner that promotes harmony and sustainable development. As the Attorney General, I'm honored to steward this reflection segment on Katiba Day Constitution at 15. Today marks not only a celebration, but a moment of honest stock-taking. Our Constitution has anchored democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, and has redefined the relationship between citizen and state. It calls us to integrity in governance, inclusion of all voices, fidelity to public service, and accountability in the exercise of power. At 15, the Constitution challenges us to deepen its promise, to guard against complacency, and to remember that each institution is only as strong as the trust it inspires. This is why we pause today to hear directly from the custodians of our constitutional order how far we have come, what lessons we must heed, and where we must go. In my conclusion, while reflecting on the theme of this day, which is Katiba at 15 years, our covenant, our promise, our future, I would then pose the following questions to Kenyans to have a deeper, sincere, and honest reflection. I'm a human being, I could be wrong. And no human being is beyond repair. The first question, is devolution working as was envisaged by the framers of our Constitution? The second question, why is there more wastage of public resources at the county level as observed by the Auditor General in the various reports, yet there are more accountability mechanisms, checks and balances institutions established at both national and county level? The third question, why would we allow the electoral cycle after every 5 years to be the determinant of the calls for constitutional reforms? The fourth question, is it then time for us to audit, review and evaluate the Constitution to see whether it is working or not working as intended by the framers of our Constitution? Somebody might ask, What is the Attorney General doing? To realize the aspirations of the people and the provisions of the Constitution. We have 4 major interventions as the Office of the Attorney General, and in our pursuit of the full realization of constitutional gains, the Office of the Attorney General has initiated a series of interventions designed to bring the Constitution closer to the daily lives of the people. When I was being sworn in, His Excellency the President challenged me about access to justice, decentralization. Access to justice is in the Constitution, but it is not self-implementing. It has to be invoked. How do the people invoke it if there are no equality of arms? So the Office of the Attorney General is operationalizing legal aid and public defender, which is already housed at the Department of Justice. And on the 1st of November, Your Excellency, the Office of the Attorney General will operationalize legal aid in all the 47 counties, with the 2 state attorneys giving legal aid to indigent at the county level. We have already employed 90 state counsel. They have gone through Kenya School of Government. Graciously, the Chief Justice is interning them for 2 months. We will pilot children in conflict with the law. That is criminal because of their liberty, probate and administration, and land cases. If we do well, we will justify, enhance budgetary allocation so that we can broaden the subject matter and enhance the capacity of the OAG. Secondly, when I took office, we were in 13 counties. I'm happy to report, as required under the Constitution, that each government organ must be in every county level. We are now at 33 counties, and by the end of this year, we hope to be in all the 47 counties. To enhance constitutionalism, to sensitize the public, and as part of legal aid education and information, the Office of the Attorney General in a month's time will unveil Human Rights and Rule of Law Training Chamber on 8th floor, where we hope to sensitize and educate all of us on our human rights, on our rule of law responsibilities and rights under the Constitution. An informed citizen of the law will be a better citizen and a law-abiding citizen. The 4th intervention is digitization for purposes of transparency and accountability. The Office of the Attorney General is fully digitizing all the public-facing departments. His Excellency the President challenged all cabinet secretaries, and we were asked, how do you carry the people with you? I believe that by these 4 initiatives, we will justify how we are carrying Kenyans with us as the custodians of your rights, rule of law, and human rights. With those few remarks, allow me to now shift as the facilitator. And as we reflect on this covenant, I'm reminded of the words of the late Chief Justice of South Africa, Ismail Mohammed, who observed that the Constitution is not a mere set of technical prescriptions. It is a mirror reflecting the national soul, the identification of our people's aspirations, their spirit, their soul. Indeed, our own Constitution was born out of deep struggles and sacrifices, and embodiment of the soul of Kenya. It is fitting that we begin with the collective guardians of oversight and independence, and now invite Mr. Gashom Otachi, EBS, Chair of the Forum of the Constitutional Commissions and Independent Offices, and Chairperson of the National Land Commission, to deliver his remarks.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, allow me to ride on the protocols established. Your Excellency, let me start by applauding you for this engagement, a very important engagement I think will remain etched in our minds as we conclude this and think ahead. Let me also bring my greetings to you, Your Excellency, the leaders present, and all the Kenyans from the caucus. Your Excellency, the CCIOs brings together 15 constitutional commissions and 5 independent offices, generally under the Chapter 15 commissions, but even those that are analogous. Your Excellency, fellow Kenyans, 3 years ago, the caucus celebrated an anniversary of 10 years. Why 10 years? Because after the Constitution was promulgated, it took a period of about 1 to 2 years to pass various statutes, appoint commissioners, and set up the commissions and independent offices. So when we celebrated the 10th anniversary, it was basically a stock-taking anniversary. And last year, thanks to the support and facilitation by Your Excellency, again, we held a retreat in Naivasha of all the chairs and the holders of independent offices, as well as the commissioners, where again we reflected on the journey. I will pick out some highs and lows, or hits and misses. Just examples, because there are many. On the lows, what cuts across us is budgetary support that is insufficient. And that has been the case over the years. Resources. And that is a cry across the CCIOs. I say that generally because each of the independent commissions has its unique challenges. But that is a common factor. But I'm happy to report that in the recent past, we have seen from Your Excellency support in terms of growing budgets. I can personally speak of that about my commission and others that I have spoken to. We see a trend that there is potential improvement. Another broad issue was one of mandates. There's a continuing issue of conflict or cross-cutting mandates. We have seen historically issues between SRC and National Assembly, between TSC and Minister of Education, myself, and Waziri Alice. These ones, as we fight diplomatically. But we have those issues. And I'm saying that in a general sense because they are not necessarily individual battles. It's a question of trying to understand, according to the law, where your mandate starts and ends. And at times, it has to do with the legislation. At times, it's a question of not being able to understand where, really, if the law is interpreted properly, where you fit. Occasionally, it's deliberate. But that, again, cuts across. So I was just speaking on 2 aspects of what you consider the laws. Focusing on the highs, the hits. I would want to go back to the sermon that we had at the beginning and about the summit and how it is you can be climbing up, you have reached some summit, but sometimes you don't actually realize that you have reached some summit and you have made progress. I'll just pick 2 examples, speaking to all Kenyans. The IBC, under the new constitution, has conducted 3 elections. Very, very contentious, particularly at the top. But elections from the very top to all the way to MCAs. Now, I know we listened to some young people, 20 years or so, who were born around 2010, the young children, and there are many others, even in this gathering, who may not know that there's a time elections were presided over by an individual known as supervisor of elections. And that supervisor of elections was assisted by returning officers who were district commissioners. Now, I'm certain if we are to do a quick poll in this room, very few Kenyans would want to go back to that scenario. What am I saying? What you need to look at is, in terms of the positives, is to ask ourselves, we have these institutions. How can we support them and make them stronger rather than destroy them and have the alternative of where we came from? Another example is judiciary. I think Lady Justice Joaquin Ndungu spoke to this. We have a very robust process of getting a Chief Justice, of getting Supreme Court judges and judges all the way down to magistrates through the Judicial Service Commission. And they apply, they are vetted, they are interviewed live on TV, a very comparatively transparent process. So, back to the example that the judge provided. In the good old days, probably tomorrow morning at lunch hour, you open your TV or radio, it's an announcement. His Excellency has appointed Mr. Otachi as the new Chief Justice or as the Supreme Court judge. And that was the beginning and end. Now, what we have been used to now, would we want to go back? Would we want to roll back those gains? So, I'm just picking on examples of what as we are taking stock, we are trying to appreciate. The point I'm making is every now and then you see attacks on constitutional commissions and independent offices. But even as you look at those attacks, we should ask ourselves whether we want to look at a glass that is half empty or half full. On our part, and on my part, I want to look at a glass that is more than half full. I would say the glass generally across CCIOs is about 75% full. So that remainder, which are the laws, how can we work around supporting? To conclude, I just wanted, because I was told to make highlights. To conclude, a very robust discussion that is across generation. We have had Gen Zs come strong, very strongly, raising their voices. I would urge those who are involved in appointment of commissioners, holders of independent offices, consider the Gen Z. Currently, I think the youngest commissioner I know of is actually a vice chair of IBC, Fahima Arafat, a young lady from a sort of marginalized community. I want to imagine you should be able to have those young people. I don't know whether 32 is Gen Z, is that millennial? Your Excellency, I know you started your career as a Gen Z. You got into politics in the 20s. So can we encourage the Gen Zs? Can we bring them on board in this space so that they are not out there complaining let them come in. Even, Your Excellency, even as you recycle us, see, when I'm about to finish this one, I'll come to you and be in Patia Ingine. But even as you recycle us, can you also look at the younger generation? Can we as Kenyans, as we go about our business, how can we get the younger Kenyans being part and parcel of that summit of the Constitution? I hope I have been brief enough because I know the other speakers. Asanteni sana.
That is a very nice call, but my experience at the Office of the Attorney General, we are trying to embrace Gen Zs, Your Excellency. We have to change all the rules of public service, almost 90%, for them to fit into our public service. One of them is flexi working hours. So that is food for thought. At the heart of the 2010 Constitution is devolution. We would be remiss if we did not allow the chair of the Council of Governors, Ahmed Abdullahi, to address this convocation. Very brief remarks, kindly.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Your Excellency, the former Prime Minister and my party leader, Raila Odinga, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Speakers of the two Houses, Excellency Governors, the Honorable Lady Justice Mother Kome, Chief Justice, all protocols observed. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what a defining moment this is, celebrating 15 years after ushering in a new constitutional dispensation. On 27th of October 2010, at a time like now, a big crowd gathered at Uhuru Park, filled with hope that a new dawn had come. They cheered and danced, broke into jubilation as the then president, the late Honorable Mwai Kibaki, appended his signature to a new constitution in a historic gesture. He lifted it up and paraded it to a joyful crowd. And so the journey began, a journey of hope, a journey of reforms, policy, legal, institutional, and administrative, a governance shift from a centralized to a devolved system, from one house to a bicameral parliament, a progressive chapter, the Bills of Rights, entrenching political, civil, cultural, and socio-economic rights, a constitution that decrees us all on transparency, accountability, participation of the people, decision-making, inclusiveness, equality, and national unity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most radical shifts in governance the world has ever seen was brought in by that new constitution 2010, the 27th of August that year. Devolution, which established two levels of government. That's why at the Council of Governors, we have a motto or a tagline that states 48 governments and one nation. Article 6.2 sums it all up for us, that governments are at the national and county levels, and they are distinct and interdependent, and shall conduct their mutual relations on the basis of consultation and cooperation. Article 174 of the Constitution captures the objects, the purpose of devolution very succinctly. Devolution is not only concerned with economic development, it was meant to foster also national unity, democratic and political inclusion, and facilitate the decentralization of power responsibilities, and resources, all aimed at bringing decision-making and services closer to the people. Devolution, as I've said in many forums, is indeed the truest definition of bottom-up social, economic, and political transformation. And in a summarized way, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya has recorded notable improvements in all sectors that are devolved, including health, pre-primary education, agriculture, livestock development, water, roads, environment, climate action, trade, and cooperatives. For instance, just a case in point, there wasn't a single pre-primary school teacher on the payroll of national government in 2013. And currently, the payroll of county governments, there are over 50,000 pre-primary teachers. And the same can be said of all sectors that are devolved. We also celebrate the fulfillment of the not more than 2/3 gender rule in all our county assemblies, unlike in the national parliament, and in our county executive committees. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, devolution has done its bit and continues to do its bit in bridging the tale of two Kenyas. As we celebrate Katiba Day today, this commemoration comes at a time when the nation is openly discussing the very challenges that led to the Constitution. Therefore, these demands that have been made are not new. They are the very promises of our Constitution. In fact, the socio-economic and environmental challenges that we have, in our view, at the Council, would have been worse without devolution. They would have been worse without Constitution 2010. We therefore must jealously guard this Constitution, including devolution and devolved governments. As county governments, we continue to aspire and to promise the nation that we will do our best to attain the highest standards of effectiveness. Your Excellency, in a summarized way, from the perspective of the county governments, through the COGA, yes, devolution has done a lot. Yes, it has challenges. It's confronted by a number of challenges, including but not limited to administrative clawbacks, lack of uniformity in the application of the law, should I call it prejudice, by some oversight organs and some independent offices, inadequate resources, and delay in financing. We also have issues of the existence of subsidiary legislation and policies that predate the Constitution, not to mention the supremacy battles between the organs created by this very Constitution. In order to strengthen devolved governments, the following bold and strategic actions must be taken. First, track the transfer of all functions and the attendant resources pursuant to the completion of the unbundling of functions. Urgently undertake policy and legal reforms to align them with the Constitution, considering that devolution is now a reality. Increase the equitable share to the county governments to enable them perform their functions optimally and ensure timely disbursements. Strengthen intergovernmental relations, galvanize the support of development partners and the private sector and the civil society so that we share the promise of devolution is as captured in our Constitution. Your Excellency, Parts of what we suffer here is also a bit of stereotype. As devolved units, my sister, the AG that I really respect, referred to audit queries that say there's a lot of waste in counties. I haven't seen any audit queries that say there's more waste in counties than in the national government. I think that's part of the stereotype that we deal with as counties. I think I would really want to see that report and share it with the governors. As I conclude, I leave you on this reflective note that we should ask ourselves today, are we living to the ideals of our Constitution? When we meet here again, inshallah, in 15 years, will we still be confronted by the headlines of today? From today, let's all of us, because it's leaders of this country that are seated in here, and we're all leaders. We've been told it's not only the president that we should be pointing fingers at, we're all leaders in our own right. Let's all become champions of our Constitution, from our homes, to our churches, to our mosques, to our temples and shrines, and to our offices. And let's all recognize that devolution is indeed one of our national values. I thank you all, and God bless you.
We turn to the branch that gives our covenant its daily meaning through fair, impartial, and timely justice. The judiciary is the sentinel of the rule of law, protecting rights, resolving disputes, and ensuring that public power remains bounded by the Constitution and accountable to the people. Since 2010, an approximated total of 5,533 constitutional petitions and 3,595 judicial review applications have been filed against various government agencies. As Lord Denning once reminded us, a constitution is not to be interpreted like a last will and a testament, but as a living framework of government. In speaking to our reality, the Constitution must be applied with fidelity, but also with pragmatic adaptation to new social and political dynamics. As the Attorney General, I affirm the executive's respect for judicial independence and our shared duty to make justice accessible, efficient, and trusted. When courts are strong, rights are real. When jurisprudence is principled, our institutions are steadied. And when remedies are effective, the promise of the Constitution becomes the practice of governance. It is now my honor to invite my lady, Justice Martha Koome, EGH, Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, to deliver her remarks.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Attorney General, who is also the titular head of the bar. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and Dr. William Samoei Ruto, allow me, for the interest of time, to abide by all the protocols that are being established and say that I recognize all the distinguished participants here this evening. It is an honor, a very great honor for me to join you all today for this historic Katiba Day commemoration, a day that reminds us of our collective resolve as a nation to live under the transformative vision of the 2010 Constitution. I also, Your Excellency, join the other speakers to thank you most sincerely for declaring that going forward, 27th August will be commemorated as Katiba Day, and also for convening this important summit and for bringing together the leadership of all arms of government, county governments, constitutional commissions, and independent offices to reflect together on the promises, responsibilities, and the enduring vision of our Constitution. The very fact that we are gathered here across institutions, across political and governance mandate is itself testament to the spirit of our constitutional democracy. This gathering demonstrates that while we may have different roles, different perspectives and mandates, we are all united in our fidelity to one supreme law, to one people, the sovereign citizens of Kenya. Our Constitution establishes constitutional democracy, a system in which the will of the people is exercised within the bounds of the Constitution. And I wish to clarify that judiciary does not exercise overreach. When we interpret the Constitution, we are merely breathing life and spirit to the Constitution. And should there be overreach, it is quickly checked on appeal, and the issues are brought within the four contours of the Constitution. Unlike other forms of government, a constitutional democracy system is not merely a majority rule, but it is about a majority rule that is restrained and guided by the rule of law. It is about the protection of the fundamental rights and recognition of dignity of every individual. The Constitution is therefore both a shield and a compass, as it protects the weak, the vulnerable, and marginalized, while guiding our nation's leadership towards justice, equality, and inclusion. The constitutional promise of national cohesion and prosperity cannot be secured by political or economic power alone. They flow from fidelity to the Constitution, respect for diversity, and inclusion in governance. Our Constitution envisages a Kenya where all communities, regardless of their size, and all citizens, regardless of their station in life, would have an equal claim to dignity, opportunity, and justice. Going forward, I hope this discussion we are having today can take part in all our counties, in all our constituency, in all our wards, in all our families, so that Kenyans can embrace constitutionalism, they can internalize the Constitution, they can own and they can claim the rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. Because when we uphold the Constitution, we nurture cohesion, and in turn, cohesion turns and becomes the fertile soil upon which peace and prosperity of our nation will grow. It is important to use this Katiba Day commemoration to reaffirm the fact that the heart and soul of our constitutional democracy are strong, independent, and accountable institutions. These institutions are designed not to operate in isolation, not to serve themselves, but to serve fleeting interests, but not also to serve fleeting interests, but to serve the people of Kenya. Every decision we make, be it in the judiciary, in the executive, or in the legislature, the question we must ask is how it impacts on Kenyans and how it promotes the spirit of the Constitution. The judiciary, in particular, occupies a unique place in this framework. It is the guardian of the Constitution, the arbiter of disputes, and the protector of our rights. A judiciary that is weak, a judiciary that is captured, a judiciary that is beholden to any authority cannot fulfill this mandate. One article of the Constitution that I celebrate every day is Article 160 that proclaims this independence and directs that judiciary or judicial decisions cannot be influenced by anybody or any authority. Therefore, an independent and well-resourced judiciary is not a privilege of judges. It is a right of every Kenyan and a safeguard for our democracy. Judicial accountability has been critical to consolidating public trust because independence goes hand in hand with accountability. And to enhance public trust and confidence in the judiciary, we, in January, established the court integrity committees in every court stations, bringing together stakeholders to identify and address corruption and unethical conduct. At a sectoral level, the judiciary, working with other agencies in the justice sector through the National Council on the Administration of Justice, spearheaded the Anti-Corruption Strategic Guiding Framework for the justice sector, which was launched, Your Excellency, in March 2025, and it promotes a coordinated action in tackling corruption across institutions in the justice sector. On the other hand, the Judicial Service Commission has, since the promulgation of the Constitution, diligently carried out their constitutional mandate of ensuring accountability within the judiciary by receiving and investigating complaints against judges and judicial officers. To date, the Commission has processed a total of 946 petitions against judges, reflecting the seriousness with which it treats public grievances and the commitment to upholding integrity in the administration of justice. 4 judges have been removed from office over this period. At present, only 95 complaints remain pending, most of which are at various stages of inquiry, demonstrating both the efficiency and transparency of the Commission's processes. In addition, 210 judicial staff have been dismissed from service after due process as established misconduct on their part, which is also a clear signal that ethical lapses within the institution will not be tolerated. These figures illustrate not only the robustness of internal accountability mechanisms, but also determination of the Judicial Service Commission to maintain the highest standards of professionalism and public trust. Your Excellency, distinguished participants, democracy thrives when institutions play their constitutional roles faithfully. The executive and legislature embody the majoritarian principle, reflecting the will of the majority. The judiciary embodies the counter-majoritarian principle, ensuring that constitutional limits are respected and that rights of every individual, including the rights of the minority, are protected. I must emphasize this balance is delicate but essential for accountability and proper governance. If the judiciary were to come under the control of any authority, or if its independence is compromised, the safeguard against abuse of power would collapse. That is why the judiciary's independence is not negotiable. It is the very backbone of our constitutional democracy. The drafters of our Constitution envisaged a government of separate but independent institutions. The executive, the legislature, judiciary, county government, independent offices, and commissions are all designed to check and counterbalance each other while working in harmony for the common good of our people. Mutual respect and constructive cooperation among institutions is absolutely critical. It is a constitutional requirement. When an institution remains faithful to its execution of the responsibilities and accords respect to other institutions, our democracy is strengthened, not weakened. Since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, the judiciary has undergone profound transformation through reforms in access to justice, the establishment of specialized courts, adoption of technology, and development of robust jurisprudence. The judiciary has sought to live up to its constitutional calling. The jurisprudence of our superior courts has clarified the scope of constitutional rights, reinforced the independence of institutions, protected devolution, strengthened electoral justice, and affirmed the supremacy of the Constitution over all persons and authorities. Currently, under the judiciary's blueprint, social transformation through access to justice, we are keen to ensure that justice is accessible to all Kenyans across the country. Indeed, these strides have not been without challenges, but they reflect the judiciary's striving to embody the spirit of Katiba. In conclusion, as we commemorate Katiba Day, let us remember that the Constitution is not self-executing. It is a promise, and this promise needs to be nurtured. It is a promise that can only be realized when leaders and institutions alike embrace it as our collective covenant. Today, as we stand together, we affirm before the people of Kenya that we remain bound together by our Constitution. Let this unity not be symbolic gathering, but a commitment to constitutionalism, justice, accountability, and service to our people. Your Excellency, distinguished leaders, may this Katiba Day inspire us to recommit ourselves to the transformative vision of the Constitution and to work faithfully with our people on the journey towards justice, peace, and prosperity. Asanteni sana. May God bless you. May God bless Kenya.
I join my lady in realizing that there are important lessons to draw from judicial reflection. Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin from Canada once stated that a constitution is not simply a legal document, it is a living tree which, by its very nature, must grow and adapt within its natural limits. Kenya too must allow its constitution to live and breathe, adapting to the realities of today's youth, technology, and global challenges, while holding fast to its foundational principles. We now turn to the arm that translates our national aspirations into binding law, allocates resources, and holds the executive to account on behalf of the sovereign people. Parliament embodies representation, legislation, and oversight grounded in our national values and enriched by public participation so that the promise of the Constitution becomes the practice of everyday governance. And I wish to confirm that the public participation bill is before Parliament, and the Leader of Majority promises that soon we'll have a legislation on that. As Attorney General, I affirm the Executive's commitment to constructive interbranch committee, candid scrutiny without recourse, cooperation without capture, and respect for the distinct mandates that make our republic stable and responsive. A principled legislature strengthens policy, safeguards public finance, and sustains public trust. It is now my honor to invite the Right Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, EGH Speaker of the National Assembly, to deliver his remarks. Thank you very much, Attorney General. Your Excellency, our President, our Deputy President, and allow me to ride on the established protocols. Congratulations to Your Excellency for setting aside this Katiba Day for our nation. It reminds us, in case we forget, that this was a long, winding journey to get to this Constitution. Today marks 15 years since the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya. Katiba Day is therefore a day to reflect on the 15-year journey of the implementation of the Constitution by celebrating the milestones we have made so far. It is noteworthy that the Constitution of Kenya 2010 marked a paradigm shift from the governance structure under the repealed Constitution by, among others, recognizing the centrality of the people in the conduct of the affairs of our nation. As Parliament, we are conferred with the sacrosanct constitutional functions of legislation, representation, and oversight. Over the last 15 years, Parliament has been at the forefront of ensuring the implementation of the Constitution. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the 15-year journey, the following is a highlight of our key achievements as Parliament, more particularly the National Assembly. Parliament passed and enacted 63 bills to implement the Constitution as spelled out in the 5th schedule to the Constitution. The legislation included legislation on leadership and integrity, representation of the people, land and environment, devolved government, public finance, and the public service, among others. Parliament has also passed and enacted 471 bills that have promoted good governance and social and economic development of the country. The bills include the recently passed Anti-Money Laundering Amendment Bill 2025 and the Conflict of Interest Bill 2025, which are now acts of Parliament. Further, to implement the Bill of Rights under Chapter 4 of the Constitution, Parliament has enacted and passed several pieces of legislation to promote the fundamental human rights, including the right to the highest standard of health and the right to accessible and adequate housing, this being the Social Health Insurance Act and the Affordable Housing Act, respectively, among others. The National Assembly has, over the past 15 years, provided for the financing of the national budget through enactment of 13 appropriation acts. The new Constitution vests the budget process in the National Assembly. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the National Assembly appropriates resources that are essential for execution of constitutional and statutory mandates of various organs of government. Equally, funds have been appropriated to the NGCDF to fund various key national projects at the constituencies and to NGAV to fund affirmative action initiatives. As part of its mandate, the National Assembly has approved the ratification of 98 treaties and conventions in accordance with Article 2(6) of the Constitution and the Treaty Making and Ratification Act. This has ensured that the country's commitments to international obligations are informed by national interest. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Under Article 10 and 118 of the Constitution, Parliament is obligated to ensure public access and participation. In this regard, post-2010 Constitution, Parliament is more open and accessible to the public. For instance, in the last 2 months, we have hosted over 500,000 school children and many other visitors who have had an opportunity to not only appreciate how Parliament works, but also freely interact with their elected representatives within the precincts of Parliament. Parliament continues to facilitate public participation and involvement of the people in legislative and other business through robust public participation mechanisms, including the use of e-technology, social media platforms, and public hearings at the constituency and county levels. Since the promulgation of the new Constitution, the National Assembly has received and considered 1,233 public petitions in furtherance of the right of every person to petition Parliament in terms of Article 119 of the Constitution. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the National Assembly has for the last 15 years vetted 199 state officers nominated for appointment to various state offices, including cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, holders of independent offices and commissions, and diplomatic postings. The National Assembly has processed 3,427 questions and required cabinet secretaries to respond to questions in plenary on various matters of concern to the people of Kenya. In the last 15 years, the National Assembly has initiated and considered 18 impeachment motions, including impeachment motions against cabinet secretaries and holders of independent offices and constitutional commissions accused of violating the Constitution. This has ensured compliance with the guiding principles of leadership and integrity by state officers. Suffice to mention that we also considered a motion for impeachment of a deputy president. As part of oversight, the National Assembly, through its watchdog committees, continues to examine the audited accounts of state organs to ensure the prudent use of public resources by state organs. Further, the Public Debt Committee of the National Assembly oversights the National Treasury to ensure responsible borrowing and compliance with the statutory public debt ceilings, which is an issue of concern to the people of Kenya. Over the period, the National Assembly approved 4 special motions for deployment of KDF in DRC Congo, within the country, and the deployment of the National Police Service to the country of Haiti. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the National Assembly has passed and enacted several electoral laws in compliance with the general principles of the electoral system, including free and fair elections, which are simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent, as provided for under Article 81 of the Constitution. Additionally, the National Assembly has previously facilitated the selection and constitution of the IEBC, including the recent appointment of the chairperson and members of the IEBC. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Parliament has over the relevant period passed 27 division of revenue bills and count allocation of revenue bills to ensure adequate allocation of national revenue to counties. It is important to note that in the current 2025-26 budget, the equitable share of revenue to counties stands at 21% of all revenue collected by the national government. In real terms, the equitable share of revenue allocated to counties has grown from 190 billion in the financial year 2013-2014 to 415 billion in the financial year 2025-26. This is in addition to the conditional additional allocations, donor funds, and on-source revenue for our counties. The National Assembly also engineered the operationalization of the House of Senate and 47 county assemblies by extending training, capacity building, and provision of startup staff. This cooperation and collaboration remains a continuing engagement by the National Assembly and other legislative organs. Additionally, Parliament has in the past years played critical roles in promoting constructive dialogue on the issues of national importance. An example of such is the Building Bridges Initiative and the National Dialogue Committee process, commonly referred to as BBI and NADCO respectively. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, while the achievement of the 2/3 gender rule has been elusive, the country has recorded a progressive growth of elected women in various categories. From 16 elected women members of parliament in single constituencies in 2013 general elections, we now boast of 29 women members of parliament, not to mention the 7 women governors elected by the people of Kenya. We have also recorded a significant number of elected youth to the National Assembly, which stands at 46 in the current National Assembly. Similar impressive numbers have been recorded in all our 47 counties. The Constitution 2010 led to the establishment of a bicameral legislature and increased members from 224 to 418. To this end, Parliament has undergone several structural developments to cater for the increased membership, including construction of the office complex, namely the Bunge Tower, and other attendant facilities. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, from the foregoing, Parliament has indeed made great strides and achieved key milestones in facilitating the realization of the aspirations of the people of Kenya under the new Constitution. Our Parliament has become an admirable and appreciable benchmarking center for many parliaments seeking to learn on best practices and ideals of parliamentary democracy born out of our 2010 Constitution. Going to the future, Your Excellency, it is necessary to enact a clear law that deals with the issue of public participation. The Attorney General, cooperating with Parliament, has a draft bill that is before the House, which is now being harmonized by the House Committee with 2 other bills that were drafted by individual members so that we can simplify and make public participation user-friendly, cost-effective to avoid unnecessary and unhelpful duplex processes. On this particular matter, I have had discussions with Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice. I can give an example. We had a bill called the Sugar Bill. It started from the National Assembly, went through public participation, using public resources. Members of the National Assembly went all around the country to get bills, to get views from members of the public who will consume the product. We finish the bill, pass it on to the Senate. They start again the same round of public participation, going to meet the same people, pick the same views, spend the same resources from the same envelope, and if we don't do that, some Kenyan goes to court and the court say there was not adequate public participation. This is the reason why it is so important that we must have this law passed as quickly as possible, and I promise Kenyans that within the first 1 month of our resume from recess on 23rd September, this bill will be ready for presentation to the President for assent. In conclusion, the Constitution being a living and dynamic document, it is our considered view that it is desirable, and this has been alluded to by Professor Makau, the Attorney General, and somebody else, that we have a continuous candid conversation on the 2010 Constitution to be able to evaluate what is working, what has worked efficiently, and what is not working or what is excessive in the Constitution. Such exercise would help our country to continue with our journey to achieving a near-perfect Constitution for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, with those remarks, it is my singular honor and pride on behalf of the Parliamentary Service Commission and the National Assembly to join Your Excellency, leaders present, and compatriots in celebrating this milestone in our constitutional history. You may wonder why my brother, the Speaker of the Senate, is not here. He is sitting in the Senate, presiding over one of the creations of this Constitution, having a process of impeachment of a governor before the House. And this is the beauty of this Constitution, that if you are impeached at the county, you still have an appellate structure at the Senate for your case to be heard. And you still have an appellate structure to go to the courts to challenge whatever we do. This Constitution is wonderful, this Constitution is great, but it will be as great as we adhere to its ideals, to its principles, and its implementation. May God protect our country. May God make us more conscious of our rights, and may God make Kenyans understand and appreciate that we must be each other's keeper in protecting our country. Thank you. Your Excellency, the President, fellow Kenyans, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as my duty comes to an end as the mistress of ceremonies for this segment, join me to thank our speakers for a candid reflection of our Constitution, the Chair of the Constitutional Commissions and Independent Officers, the Honorable the Chief Justice, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and to our artists who remind us that the Constitution also lives through culture and community. At 15, our Constitution is a living covenant. It restrains power, secures rights, advances devolution, and insists on integrity, inclusion, and accountability. Today's reflections are not ceremony. They are our report to the people what has worked, what must improve, and how we renew trust through lawful, ethical, and service-centered governance. As the Attorney General, my office's duty is straightforward: to uphold the constitutionality in executive action, to steward sound legislation through clear drafting and rigorous review, to defend the public interest in our courts, and to facilitate principled cooperation among institutions while respecting their independence. When each arm performs its mandate and does so within the law, the promise of Katiba becomes the practice of everyday life. Allow me to echo the words of the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan: a constitution is only as strong as the will of those who live by it. Today, we are called to renew that will, to make the Constitution a living covenant, not just a historical document. With gratitude for your attentiveness, it is now my honor to invite His Excellency, Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, EGH, Prime Cabinet Secretary, to address us and thereafter introduce His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you for the pleasure of your company. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Honorable Right Right Honorable Raila Odinga, colleagues, cabinet secretaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, let me join the long list of those who have congratulated you for this very important proclamation you have made in declaring this day an annual observance to renew our nationalism and commit to the ideals that bind us as one nation. I trust it will also be a good signal to the Ministry of Education to reintroduce civics as a fundamental subject in our educational institutions. Today, Kenya joins our over 60 countries globally that have designated and commemorate National Constitution Days. These include nations such as Norway, Denmark, the USA, China, and India, among others. Notably, Kenya now stands among the pioneering states in Africa to establish and observe a National Constitution Day. Your Excellency, the noble decision to designate the Katiba Day is long overdue but timely. For example, India, the world's largest democracy, adopted its constitution on November 26, 1949. But it was not until November 26, 2015, that the country officially began commemorating the Constitution Day. Similarly, it was not until 2024 that the United States of America officially established commemoration of the Constitution Day every 17th of September. Personally, it was a privilege to oversee the early implementation of devolution when I served in the Grand Coalition government as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Local Government. I oversaw the development of the sessional paper on devolved government under the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Today, we all celebrate the decentralized power, fostered equitable development, and we celebrate our diversity, making devolution a cornerstone of the Constitution. Fellow Kenyans, let us cast our minds back to the harrowing days of 2007 and 2008 post-election violence. It was a stark reminder that without strong institutions, chaos reigned. In the midst of that turmoil, hope flickered through the Serena talks mediated by the late Kofi Annan, former UN Secretary General, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, Madam Gracia Machel, under the auspices of the panel of eminent African personalities. I was honored and privileged to be with you, Your Excellency, William Ruto, the Honorable Moses Wetangula, the Honorable Martha Karua, the Honorable James Orengo, the Honorable Professor Samson Ongeri, the Honorable Dr. Sally Kosgei, and the late Honorable Mutula Kalonzo as the negotiators in the Annan-led Serena talks, which came up with the National Accord. From those talks emerged critical reports reviewing the electoral system through the Kriegler report and the Waki reports to handle post-election violence. Your Excellency, according to the tracking of our State Department for Parliamentary Affairs, the tenacity of the 2010 Constitution to withstand pressure and not even crack at the height of intense pounding is a true reflection of the Kenyan indomitable spirit. The 1963 Constitution was amended 30 times. That means roughly once every 2 years, including the infamous Section 2A. On the other hand, the 2010 Constitution has had 14 constitutional amendment attempts. Mark my word here, attempts. Vide parliamentary initiatives, those were 10, and 4 via popular initiatives, the popular initiative route. Of course, the majority of the parliamentary attempts were to solve the issue of realizing the 2/3 gender rule in Parliament. Let me just take a minute to reflect on the 4 popular initiatives. The Speaker has partly touched on them. 1, the Building Bridges Initiative via the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill of 2020, which contained some 74 proposed changes. Then came the Okoa Kenya initiative, spearheaded by the CORD coalition around 2015, which sought electoral reforms, changes to the structure of the IEBC, and increasing funding to counties under Article 203. Third, there was the Okoa Uchumi initiative in 2016, led by a civil society coalition aimed at physical reforms by amending provisions on public finance management. Lastly, there was the Punguza Muzigo Bill of 2019, sponsored by Ukuru Akot and the Third Way Alliance, which proposed far-reaching changes, including reducing the number of members of parliament, abolishing nominated seats, strengthening county governments, and altering the presidential term limits. Having looked at those, let me also pose a few rhetorical questions. Is it impossible to amend the 2010 Constitution? Or did the attempts not meet the constitutional threshold to amend? Or is it the Constitution resisting amendments for want of procedure? Finally, does it also mean that this Constitution does not pander to political fiat? 15 years down the line, in this spirit of vigilance, we must firmly oppose any amendments that undermine the basic foundations of constitutionalism, particularly those that erode the sacred principle of separation of powers. The 3 arms of government, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature, are independent, yet profoundly interdependent. Your Excellency, this Constitution has also been tested and proven to be built to create strong institutions. All of us will remember when on 1st September 2017, the Supreme Court surprised all and sundry when they annulled a presidential election. The executive then respected the court ruling, and the country went back to a repeat presidential election, the first such action on the African continent. That moment showed that Kenya, through the 2010 Constitution, had grown into a mature democracy. Your Excellency, as we celebrate the strides of the 2010 Constitution, let us be clear, the Constitution is not an end in itself, and this has been said by previous speakers. The one thing that we need to resolve is the need to look at the cost of implementation of the Constitution. And indeed, the Speaker has articulated this very effectively. We, from the Department of Parliamentary Affairs, have audited the legislative agenda of the government for the next 5 years since we came in, under your leadership, Your Excellency. And the costing indicates that if we were to follow the normal route that we are taking today, it will cost us about 18 billion Kenya shillings to just deal with legislation, drafting of policies, and working towards that. And this is something that has been brought out, costed by the individual departments. Now, we must look at it in the context of the impact on the taxpayer. Is there value for money if we use 20 billion shillings on policy documents, or should we provide medicine in our hospitals and build bridges? This is a fundamental question that Kenyans ought to reflect on, and hence the importance of the public participation bill. We cannot have multiple layers of public participation on the same issue, from the executive to the parliament, to the county governments, to the technocrats, multiple layers on the same issue. That, in my view, is robbing the Kenyans. We need to look at it carefully. Finally, Your Excellency, having said all this, I was very careful. I came with written remarks because on matters constitution, you don't want to be misquoted. But let me end by once again saluting Kenyans for the 2010 Constitution and really reiterating that this is a foundation of our legacy as a stable democracy, and through a stable constitution, stable democracy, we shall attract more investment and create better opportunities for our Kenyan people. It is now my duty, Your Excellency, to invite His Excellency the Deputy President to come back to the podium so that he can navigate us to the final stage with you. I just want to tease him a little bit as he comes. I saw in the program, Your Excellency, the song, My Land is Kenya. And I was waiting for it because the writer and composer of that song was a gentleman who went to Nairobi school, and he was born in Kenya. He was called Roger Whittaker. And this gentleman went to Lenana. Mr. Deputy President, it's your turn.
And I think I would ask the Speaker to consider whether it's in order. Excellency, before your speech, we have in our midst a statesman, an elder statesman, Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who has done a lot for this country. It's only fair that we recognize him and ask him to say jambo. Karibu, Prime Minister, Your Excellency.
Haya. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. I was telling His Excellency there that we should have started this meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning. This is a very important subject that you don't bring in the afternoon. Most people are tired. But I'm very happy to be here this afternoon. And let me begin by saluting the people of Kenya who braved a painful struggle, not only to give themselves a new constitution, but also to make the word constitution a popular and a valid subject for discussion in our country. Those who have come of age towards the tail end of the very protracted struggle under this constitution may not believe it. But there was a time when being perceived to be harboring thoughts about a new constitution landed people in jail.
I wish to pay unreserved tribute to those citizens of Kenya, the living and the dead, who braved the worst in order that Kenya may get a new constitution. And here, you may remember some of them. The late Masinde Muliro, my father Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Martin Shikuku, George Ndenge, Ahmed Bamariz, Philip Gachoka, and then my other teams, the Young Turks, Paul Muite, James Orengo, Professor Nyang Nyong'o, Yua Ger, Toby Manyara, Kitui. And then members of my parliamentary select committee who started the serious process of making a new constitution. One of them, His Excellency the President here. The other one, the son of Anna, the Prime Cabinet Secretary. The other one, Kalonzo Musyoka, Noah Katanangala, the late George Anyona, Martha Karua, those others there. I want to congratulate all of them. There are so many other Kenyans who made it possible for us to have a new constitution. With the proclamation, I want to first say that I want to thank the government and the president for proclamation that has made this day a Katiba Day possible now and into the future. With the proclamation, you have transitioned from fearing to celebrating a constitution. It is my belief that this annual Constitution Day will be an avenue for a robust take on our constitution, what works and what is failing. That was never allowed in the past. I want to encourage Kenyans to engage with this new development now and into the future in the interest of our nation. I'm being very deliberate here in my reference to the nation. It is my firm belief that whatever dreams we choose to pursue, either individually or collectively, we need to have a country first. We must preserve the territory known as the Republic of Kenya first. Then, within that territory, you can agree or disagree the validity of our dreams as individuals or a nation. Since we promulgated the Constitution 2010, we have reaped a bountiful in some areas and a whirlwind in others. I wish to reflect with you on how some of the institutions that came with the Constitution have improved our country, where others have left plenty of room for improvement. Fellow Kenyans, before the 2010 Constitution, the High Court was identified as a core enabler of the maintenance and extension of tyrannical rule in Kenya. Out of that period, you can barely recall any decision of the old High Court that upheld the people's fundamental civil liberties. That is the period in which the Attorney General declared that the President was above the law. And I hope that my sister here will not follow suit. It was the period of constitutional amendment that removed the security of tenure of judges. Since 2010, the Constitution and Human Rights Division of the High Court of Kenya has set itself apart from the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court as the most effective vanguard of the people's fundamental civil liberties. The Constitution of 2010 came with a stronger mandate for the Auditor General. From an era where the Office of the Auditor General was heard of only once in a year when it publishes reports and dumped it in Parliament. Our Auditor General since 2010 have been bold, brave, and easily identifiable for standing up for the public interest. Indeed, the last attempt by the Office of the Auditor General to secure software and equipment to monitor the spending of public finances on a real-time basis ended up with an attempt to arrest the holder of the office, then Edward Ouku, and charge him with corruption. Today, we receive constant and intermittent disclosures of financial impropriety and lack of accountability in government. What we receive is a far cry from what we should be having, but they represent a very drastic departure from what used to be. The Commission for Revenue Allocation also came with the new constitution against the background of a past skewed allocation of natural resources. Since 2010, the commission that was established to make recommendations concerning the basis for the equitable sharing of revenue raised by the national government between the national and county governments among the county governments has managed to do so without accusations of political bias. I believe that without the diligent work of the CRA, devolution would have become the single most divisive development in modern Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the institutions of the 2010 Constitution have let the country down, of course, in my estimation. The National Police Service, in my view, has left us worse off than we were before 2010. Abuse of the right to life, degradation of human dignity, torture and indignity of person, while the current effort by the government to compensate victims of protests offers some ray of hope with regard to policing, it may be time for the country to rethink its approach to police reform. Your Excellency, I know that they have done it elsewhere. They did it next door here in Tanzania. In Tanzania, the police are civil. When they come to arrest you, they come and salute and say, "Ndugu, naomba nikushike." And then you say, "Twende," and it doesn't have to handcuff you, you just walk. It doesn't have to handcuff you. And you know, there in the UK, I tell people, when you get lost in London, you go to the cop. They're called the Bobby. "Excuse me, could you show me the road to Trafalgar Square?" "Oh yes, Trafalgar Square, yes." "Walk straight on, turn to the left, 100 yards, turn to the right, straight on, you can't miss it." They say, "Thank you." Then he says, "Thank you, sir." In Nairobi, you get lost. Afande, nionyeshe njia ya kwenda Kariakoo. Umepotea? Ndio. Wapi kitambulisho? "Oh, sikubeba kitambulisho, niliwacha nyumbani." "Una kitambulisho?" Bingo. In the cells. Tomorrow you're in court, loitering with the intention to commit a felony. We need to change this. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission equally stands out as an institution that has made no progress in securing for Kenyans what they sought. The same issues that Kenyans faced in 1992 when it held its first multi-party elections still hound us. And let us hope that the new electoral commission that we put in place is going to make a difference. Confidence in the commission remains extremely low. Election officials and the processes remain some of the most distrusted and divisive in Kenya. Our elections are some of the most expensive in the world.
that the cost of per ballot is much higher, 5 times it is in the United States. It never seems to matter how many times we turn over the commissioners or election technology. The doubts remain while the costs get higher. I want to hope that the latest version of IBC will tame the tide against the negativity and doubts that surround the institution. The Director of Public Prosecutions was also a new and exciting creation of the new Constitution. It has largely failed to deliver on the high expectations of Kenyans. Just 1 year before we promulgated the new Constitution, in 2009, Attorney General of Kenya was described by a special rapporteur of the United Nations as the embodiment in Kenya of the phenomenon of impunity. That description remains accurately descriptive of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in Kenya today. However much some of the institutions that came with the new constitution have lived below expectations, as a nation, we are in a better place and more hopeful than we were before 2010. And as we work to perfect the areas in which the Constitution is struggling, we also need to take a fresh look at parts of the Constitution whose implementation have been problematic. For instance, Article 1 of the Constitution tells us that the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. Kenyans seem to know how to exercise sovereignty through their elected representatives. You know, you go to the ballot, you elect your MCA, you elect your MP, your women rep, your senator, governor, your president. There is zero clarity, however, on how to exercise sovereignty directly to achieve desired results. How do 55 million people exercise direct sovereignty? That's a question for the lawyers. Secondly, I believe the time has come for the country to relook the whole issue of devolution. Kenya, in my view, is too tiny for 47 devolved units. We are just 5 short of the United States, which is a continent. Nigeria, with over 200 million people, has got 34 plus Abuja. South Africa has got 9 provinces. I won't advocate for abolition of any county, but I believe we are ripe for a 3-tier system that has county, regional, and national governments. I believe the articles introduced in the Constitution to strengthen the provincial administration need to be reviewed with a view to abolishing the system. This was an issue at Bomas of Kenya, the provincial administration. And we said it was a relic of colonialism that has no place in independent Kenya, yet we seem to be reviving it. We equally need a review of all the laws that create national institutions and funds for functions better performed by county governments. We are not opposed to implementing projects at the constituency. But under this constitution, constituency is not a devolved unit. Devolution has 2 levels, national and county levels. It is not right for the national government to jump the county government and create another unit below the county government where you call it NG. It is not necessary. Work through the county government. The money that we are giving to the people to go and implement projects at the constituency, give it to the counties. The county be the ones implementing. And let Parliament do what is constitutionally mandated to do. Representation, legislation, and oversight. Because if you are yourself a contractor and you are a member of parliament, who is oversighting you? I've said this amendment that you brought to the parliament, bring it there, but let us take it to the people. Let us take it to a referendum and test if the people will accept it. Let us check if the people will accept that members of parliament can be oversighting and also implementing at the same time. Over this, there's no compromise. Tunaenda kwa wananchi. So, Your Excellency, I know that this particular stand is making me very unpopular, but I just don't care. I will stand my ground on this particular issue. With those many remarks, thank you very much. Happy Katiba Day.
Celebrations. Welcome, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please, let's take our seats. Your Excellencies, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. When I reflected the former Prime Minister, we were members of the Parliamentary Select Committee that midwifed the constitution-making process. At some point, he was chair. At some point, I was chair. But we all participated in this journey. And as I reflected on our journey towards a new constitution, I was reminded in my conscience that when we got a new constitution, we seemed to have said, we are done with matters constitution. And that is why I decided that maybe it is time. It may be 15 years down the road, but it's never too late to do the right thing. And that is why I signed a proclamation for us to celebrate this day, the day that we promulgated a new constitution as Katiba Day. And I want to thank all of you for honoring my invitation so that we can do this together. As I reflected on how this should be done, I also was informed by the journey. What we discussed during the constitution-making process is that we had too many holidays. That was actually one of the problems we had. And that is why there was an attempt by the new constitution to consolidate national holidays, that there were too many. And so it was the reason why I also thought, in the spirit of this constitution, we should not make this a national holiday where there is no work. And partly why I thought maybe we should have this occasion in the afternoon so that people can work in the morning. It was my thinking. But maybe we can refine that as we go forward. But the Constitution of Kenya 2010 was born out of people's deepest desire for justice, inclusivity, and dignity. We longed for a country where power belongs to the people, where no Kenyan is left behind, and where rights and freedoms are guaranteed for all. Today, on the 15th anniversary of the enactment of the Constitution, we celebrate Katiba Day to honor the covenant and to renew our fidelity to its vision. This Constitution is acclaimed across the world as one of the most progressive and transformative. It is our solemn duty to preserve it, protect it, and to ensure its full implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, our Constitution was born out of hard and painful lessons. The tragic events, for example, of 2007-2008 remind us how far our nation could descend when institutions fail, when resources are hoarded by a few, and when divisions are cynically exploited. From that moment of crisis, we made a solemn resolve: never again. Never again would Kenya be brought to the brink of collapse by impunity and injustice. For we knew that we, as a people, deserved better, and our country demanded better. Katiba 2010 became our national testimony, our solemn vow to build a free, democratic, inclusive, and united Kenya. Over the past 15 years, we have walked that journey. We have injected life into this great chapter. Fellow Kenyans, as stipulated in Article 174, devolution has come alive. It has fostered equity by distributing resources fairly and addressing historical imbalances. Many have been mentioned. Matters to do with health. Many counties, for the first time, had doctors in facilities. We've been told about the first cesarean session done in Mandera County for the first time under devolution, and many, many testimonies could follow. Since the birth of devolution 12 years ago, the national government has transferred a total of 4 trillion to counties. Today, every corner of Kenya has a functional county government, closer to the people than ever before. From my first day in office, I affirmed that devolution would not merely be a constitutional provision, but the crown jewel of our democratic governance. I pledged to accelerate the full transfer of all outstanding devolved functions as assigned in the 4th schedule of our Constitution, together with the requisite resources. This commitment was formalized during the 11th National and County Government Coordination Summit in Nairobi on the 16th of December 2024. Today, all 14 devolved functions have been conclusively delineated, unbundled, and formally gazetted, eliminating long-standing ambiguities that hampered service delivery and fueled intergovernmental disputes. To further underscore this commitment, 2 weeks ago, I signed into law 2 landmark pieces of legislation: the County Public Finance Law Amendment Act of 2023 and the County Allocation of Revenue Act 2025. In line with Article 217 of the Constitution, these laws reinforce the principle of equitable revenue sharing among counties, guarantees fairness in the distribution of national resources, and empowers county assemblies to play their rightful role and clearly define the respective mandates of both national and county governments. Under my leadership, the national government is committed to support devolution by ensuring timely disbursement of funds and steadily increasing allocation to counties. Under the Division of Revenue Act 2025, we have allocated an unprecedented $415 billion to counties. As chairman of the Council of Governors, FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi has affirmed nearly 30 billion shillings more than last year's 387 billion. I know that my good friend Abdullahi has urged that we should enhance allocation to counties, and I have committed that we will continuously do that. But I also want to ask for the assistance of my county government leaders, the governors. The job of mobilizing resources is a very difficult job. As I mobilize resources nationally, I also want you to work with me and to assist me to mobilize resources at the county. Don't leave the business of mobilizing resources to me, because in the process of trying to mobilize resources so that I can transfer more to the counties, I have acquired names, including Zakayo, and you know it. And I know no county governor wants to raise resources locally, although the law now exists for own source revenue. I would want to ask of you, governors, please, even as you urge me to transfer more resources because I have to mobilize, also look at the opportunity to mobilize resources locally. Even if you are called Sakayo at the county, it will not make any difference. It is still okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bill of Rights, enshrined in Chapter 4 of the Constitution, is the heart of our democratic order. It guarantees every Kenyan fundamental freedoms and socio-economic rights, including the right to education, health, housing, food, water, and dignity as set out in Article 43. Over the past 15 years, we have worked diligently to breathe life into these rights. And I say this in the full understanding that for citizens of our nation to be able to enjoy our democratic credentials, to be able to enjoy the rule of law and constitutionalism, there are rights guaranteed under Article 43, social and economic rights, that are fundamental to citizens enjoying other rights. A sick, ignorant, uneducated, homeless, hungry citizen is very difficult to enjoy democracy, human rights, rule of law, because their status is undermined. And therefore, it becomes fundamentally important for us to make sure these social and economic rights do not continue to be a privilege for those who can afford. They should be a right for every citizen, because that is what the Constitution says. And therefore, I want to ask all of us as leaders in the executive, in the legislature, in the judiciary, that as we exercise the authority that we've been given by the Constitution, let us keep the people, the rights of the people at the center, so that we do not undermine their right to housing. We do not undermine their right to health. We do not undermine their right to education. And that all our acts work in concert to facilitate the attainment of those rights by the people of Kenya. We have worked diligently to breathe, as I said, life into these rights. Free primary and day education has opened doors to opportunities for millions of children from every corner of our nation. We have successfully transitioned to the competence-based education and training system, making our education more relevant, practical, and aligned with the demands of the 21st century. Our student-centered funding model is expanding access for learners while securing the sustainability of our universities. By January next year, we will have recruited a record 100,000 new teachers in just 3 years, a significant achievement that has strengthened our education system and improved learning outcomes across the country. This is in addition to the construction of 23,000 classrooms that have been done in collaboration with our members of parliament using the NGCDF. Fellow Kenyans, our affordable housing program is delivering safe and decent homes to families across the country, affirming that shelter is not a privilege for a few, but a constitutional entitlement for every Kenyan. Today, over 160,000 housing units are under construction, each one providing not only a roof over a family's head, but also creating thousands of jobs for our young people, artisans, and professionals. As I committed, we will be handing over the next 5,000 units right here in Nairobi, as we do it in other counties this month. On universal health coverage, we are ensuring that illness no longer drives families into poverty, and that access to quality health care is upheld as a right of every citizen. Despite the inevitable challenges of transition, which are being systematically addressed, the progress is demonstrable and undeniable. As of today, 25.7 million Kenyans have registered with the Social Health Authority, a clear indication of confidence in this reform. Through SHA, we are delivering healthcare to millions of Kenyans in direct, practical, and impactful ways. I must commend the county governments for working in partnership for us to deliver on this commitment to the people of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, our independent constitution established under Chapter 15 of the Constitution are the pillars that safeguard the sovereignty of the people. The judiciary, parliament, and constitutional commissions operate independently to ensure justice is served, resources are protected, and leadership remains accountable. Yet while independent, they are also interdependent, bound together by their shared duty to uphold the Constitution and serve the public good. Parliament relies on reports from oversight agencies. The judiciary requires laws passed by Parliament, and the executive depends on checks and guidance of all institutions to deliver effectively. This balance of independence and interdependence is the genius of our constitutional design. No arm of government, no office, and no commission can claim supremacy because they are all answerable to the people. In this way, our institutions work not in competition, but in complementarity to protect democracy, entrench accountability, and advance the aspirations of every Kenyan. Fellow patriots, our national values set out in Article 10 of the Constitution are not only a key pillar of our constitutional order, but also the very foundation of our stability as a nation. They remind us that Kenya will always be anchored in patriotism, national unity, democracy, participation of the people, human dignity, equity, social justice, equality, non-discrimination, integrity, transparency, and accountability. Today, on this Katiba Day, as we renew our commitment to the ideals of the Constitution, we must ask ourselves honest, candid questions. Are we truly patriotic? Are we living with integrity, both in public and private? Are we inclusive, leaving no one behind? Are we accountable to one another and to our institutions and to future generations? Corruption is a serious threat to our progress as a nation. It undermines our Constitution, weakens our institutions, and erodes the well-being of every Kenyan. It is a fact that corruption exists in all arms of government and poses a serious challenge. The executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, and each must confront this menace with honesty and resolve. I have always reiterated my resolve to serve as a responsible steward of public resources. We have digitized and automated government services to seal loopholes and eliminate the opportunities for corruption. Today, Kenyans can access over 22,000 services on e-Citizen, up from 325. The results are evident. Revenue collection has risen dramatically to over 1 billion shillings every day, translating to more than 500 billion annually. Yet I admit there is still much more to be done to combat corruption within the executive. Corruption must be chased down every alley, every corridor, and every corner of the executive by every well-meaning official and citizen whenever it is spotted. I, William Ruto, President of Kenya, fully support the rigorous and expeditious prosecution of any corruption case backed by evidence. This is the only way to restore trust, uphold the Constitution, and assure Kenyans that no office, no title, and no individual is above the law. Parliament, too, must rise to its duty by passing laws that entrench transparency and close avenues for abuse. I commend Parliament for passing the Conflict of Interest Bill, now law, which I have signed. This law strengthens ethical standards and closes loopholes that allowed abuse of office. But as Parliament performs oversight and demands accountability from others, it must also remain accountable to the people of Kenya. This calls for a candid and honest conversation within Parliament. Shall members be counted among those who demand and enforce accountability, or among those who undermine the Constitution by entrenching corruption and impunity? That's a question, Mr. Speaker, Parliament must ask itself. Ladies and gentlemen, the judiciary, entrusted under Article 159, must equally guarantee swift, impartial, and credible justice. Justice delayed, it is said, including in corruption cases, is not justice only deferred, but justice actually denied. The judiciary must confront corruption within its own ranks. I am aware of the vigorous and often unsettling conversation around terms like juri pesa. As painful as this may be, they cannot be ignored. If the institution mandated to dispense justice is perceived as corrupt, it not only erodes confidence, but undermines the very Constitution it is sworn to protect. The judiciary must rise to its highest calling to cleanse itself, uphold its independence with integrity, and prove itself the true temple of justice for all Kenyans. My administration, at the request of the judiciary, has provided resources for the hiring of additional judicial officers, especially judges. So far, in 3 years, we have appointed and have sworn in 47 judges. Another 50 are being recruited as we talk. That will make it 97 judges in 3 years. No other administration has provided such kind of human capital to support our judiciary. It's paid for by the people of Kenya, and it's right for us, as the people of Kenya, to demand expeditious justice to those who come before our courts. In summary, fellow citizens, our national values must not remain words on paper. They must be lived, practiced, and defended every day by every institution, by every leader, and by every citizen. As President, I solemnly reaffirm my oath to uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. I call upon all arms of government, the executive, parliament, and the judiciary, as well as our independent institutions and every citizen of our republic, to faithfully discharge their responsibilities in fidelity to the Constitution, knowing very well that all of us are citizens of this country. Every right we enjoy comes with obligations. And those of us who have the privilege to exercise authority we must know that authority comes with responsibility, and responsibility is accompanied by accountability. And therefore, we must act in the context of what the Constitution allows us to do. For it is not only through our shared commitment that we can secure justice, uphold democracy, guarantee the prosperity of our nation, and truly breathe life into our Constitution, but by doing it together, united as a nation. I am very happy that, though late, we have today started the journey to celebrate Katiba Day so that we can use this day to continue the robust conversation that Kenyans are used to. We have heard from the Right Honorable Raila Odinga the aspects that, in his view, require review. There are those who have other ideas. There are those who think that we have too many constitutional commissions. There are those who think we should change the formula on sharing of revenue. There are those who think, and we should, all of us, as we celebrate this Constitution, we must celebrate the good, reflect on what is deficient, and work together towards making our country better. With those many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention. Asante sana.
Of applause for His Excellency. One more time, thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'll request that we take our seats, and I'll invite the following. We have a session where we are going to have the reaffirmation of the commitment of the covenant, which is the Constitution, and this is going to be signified by signing of the reaffirmation by different individuals who represent various arms of the government. So as we set up the stage, let's have My Land is Kenya done by a trio out of the State House. My Land is Kenya. For those of you that like to sing along, it is on page 8 of the program. Page 8 of the program, Let me also just mention that Nairobi School, so we had to make sure that it happens.
You only got one mama, you only got one pa. You only got one life to live, no matter who you are. You can go the whole world over, every city has its own.
But everybody living has one place where he was born, and mine is Kenya, so warm and wild and free. You will always stay with me here in my heart. My land is Kenya, right from the highlands to the sea. You will always stay with me here in my heart, here in my heart. You only got one childhood and the memories that spring.
When you see your house, the tree you climbed, and all those precious things.
When faces saw that I had, the images, the when it comes to us in the land of love, the land where I was born. And mine is Kenya, so warm and wild and free. You will always stay with me here in my heart. My land is Kenya, right from the highlands to the sea. You will always stay with me here in my heart. Here in my
Round of applause. My land is Kenya. And I can see flags that are being flown at the back there. Thank you very much. Keep them up, keep them up. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency, sir, will now progress to the signing of the reaffirmation of the commitment of the covenant. And allow me to invite the following, starting with the chairperson of the Constitutional Commissional Forum, followed by the chairperson of governors, the COG chair, the Chief Justice, Speaker of the National Assembly, His Excellency the Deputy President, and His Excellency the President. So kindly, if we may come to stage, that's the chairperson of the Constitutional Commissional Forum on behalf of the Constitutional Commissions. We have the chairperson of COG Chair on behalf of devolved government, the Chief Justice on behalf of the Judiciary, the Speaker of the National Assembly on behalf of Parliament, and the Deputy President on behalf of the Executive, and His Excellency the President, who will begin the signing. So I'll request that we just be on the side here as we will witness as His Excellency will start. And allow me to invite a child who will also just witness, and these are children who are born in 2010, so they are exactly the age of the Constitution. So the first signature is by His Excellency the President. The next one will be by His Excellency the Deputy President. Yes, you can go ahead, Your Excellency. And it reads, I, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, as the head of state of government, renew my commitment to obey, preserve, and protect and defend the Constitution, to protect and uphold the sovereignty and integrity of the people of Kenya. We'll move on to the next signature, which is by His Excellency, the Deputy President. Also, a reaffirmation of his commitment. Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki. Your signature ni fire, si fire. We also have the Speaker of the National Assembly who will sign. The Right Honorable Moses Wetangula. Thank you very much. And the next signature is by the COG Chair. Sorry, Chief Justice, my apologies. On behalf of the Judiciary, then, the COG Chair. Your signature ni fire, si fire. And the final one to be signed by the Chairperson, Constitution Commissions Forum, Gerisom Otachi. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I'll request then we just face this way for a photo for all the signatories, to have a photo opportunity, possibly with the children who are there, a photo opportunity of all the signatories. Let me know if it's too wide. While you're still there, allow me to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the PCS, the Attorney General, the CDF, Head of Public Service, to also join in the photo. We can have the children to retreat kindly. We also have another photo for all the children, so not to worry, at the stairs when we finish everything, so the children can retreat. But allow me, while the rest remain there, let's have the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the PCS, the Attorney General, the CDF, Head of Public Service, to also join in the photo. Children, you may proceed to where we are going to have the photo with all the children, which is outside, so you may proceed now. Thank you, Your Excellencies. I'll request that you return to your positions as we will now progress to the retrieving of the instruments. So we can move this screen kindly. If we can move this screen kindly. We have the retreat of the instruments of state, which will be retrieved in the same order in which they were brought in, starting with the Attorney General, who will retrieve the Constitution. So at this point, I will ask that the police band or the band that is available to give us the music as we now retreat the instruments of state, starting with the Constitution, which will be taken by the Attorney General. We may proceed.
Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, hivi sasa mwanasheria mkuu akiweza kuchukua nakala rasmi ya katiba ya Kenya kuashiria kwamba uongozi wa taifa la Kenya unaendeshwa chini, tumshangilie kwa makofi tafadhali, unaendeshwa chini ya katiba na demokrasia. Akiweza kuondoka na kwenda kuhifadhi nakala hiyo ya katiba. Mheshimiwa Rais, watakaofuata ni wanajeshi wetu kuweza kuchukua nguzo hizi muhimu za asasi mbalimbali za mamlaka na hali kadhalika vyombo hivi vya mamlaka. Wenzangu kutoka idara ya jeshi, wapo mko tayari tafadhali? Wakija kwa mwendo wa kinyonga.